Greetings. Shalom. I didn't have any, what besides what I put in the description. I guess that's what was on my mind, some of it for scripture, but I don't have anything on the screen here specifically that's coming to mind. But the Father's way is not easy. But then that's exactly what we read, that it's difficult. Something about this truth of he doesn't like some kind of easy way to be allowed for anyone, for the wide gateway or the narrow way. So they're each in its own ways. The narrow way is difficult for life, and the wide gateway is difficult because of death. But then the narrow way is also difficult because of death. That is dying to self and seeing what self is. Rotten, no good for nothing, good for nothing. Man is good, good for nothing. And that's speaking of self first. At the head, captain, chief of the army of sinners. We do read about the army of Elohim, and we also read, of course we have to read, and there's got to be the masquerade, the army of Satan, the army of the devil, that old serpent. Where do we read in this Revelation? Devil. Do not fear any of those things which you are about to suffer. Well, that's hard to do. And this is what came on to my mind just right now to click Revelation, and it's pretty fitting. Indeed, the devil is about to throw some of you into prison, that you may be tested, and you will have tribulation. 10 days, be faithful unto death, and I will give you the crown of life. I don't know what the number 10 is really meaning, like why number 10. It obviously is representing some kind of time, some days, but why specifically 10 right now, I am not 100% sure. We got, what do we have? Devil. So the great dragon was cast out, that serpent of old, called the devil and Satan, however someone wants to say it, Satan, tomato, who deceives the whole world. Not a single soul has not been deceived. Every believer's been deceived, past tense, but now there's more deception to come out of. So with all his truth, it is and it is to come. It's not one or the other with a certain truth. For most of his truth that I could see, if it's not working like that, something specific has to be brought up and discerned. But for most of his truth, I'm seeing it's working like that. It is and is to come at the same time. They're not one or the other contradicting and fighting each other. It was, is to come. Also the was. Everything's one. So everyone was deceived. Everyone is deceived. Everyone will be deceived. Ta-da! Who wants to hear that? I don't even want to hear it. I don't, and yet have to, but not really wanting for that to be true. It's not exciting to find out there's more deception and more evil to be exposed for self and come out. New things, seeing more, which means more is revealed from the bottomless pit of the well. A well has a bottom, I guess, eventually. So not a bottomless pit there, but it's deep. Deep and dark, so then there's hidden things buried in the heart that need to be tested. That's the only way to bring it out. The hard thing has to happen right here. You will be tested. Why? To bring out what we don't want brought out with excitement. Please bring it out, and yet have to start getting to want that better to be brought out. But through the process of that being brought out is not exactly what someone would want to experience, because it's difficult and not fun. The evil that is, and the evil that people do, the evil we see, the evil in self that's being seen and spotted, exposed in the light. So it's all for self also first. No truth is pointing the finger, but it's self first, and it's true for others also, for everyone. That self has to come to the light to see whether those works are manifested of Elohim or not. But the darkness doesn't want to come to the light because its deeds were evil, as Messiah taught, which is true to this day perfectly and hasn't changed. The Father hasn't changed, Messiah hasn't changed. This is a good thing. And man hasn't changed. That's a bad thing. But some are changing. A few are changing now and will be changed. And that change on the outside is supposed to be teaching us that change is supposed to be happening. If it's the right kind of change, that is the Creator's things, Him molding the heart into what it needs to be, then this is the good change. Of course, there's evil change too. There's evil kinds of change and in evil, corrupt motives and intentions with everything. But there is a good change that needs to be so. Someone can change, then they get older, and then that's supposed to represent wisdom and the gray hairs of wisdom, but it doesn't mean someone has wisdom because of the image. But it is only good if it's lining up with the inward things, the spiritual things. Then it's good, but itself, the image, has no profit or value. It doesn't get inside. It doesn't change the heart to be looking different, to be looking wise. And it's not hard to make self look wise. That's the easiest thing in the world, to create the image of whatever someone needs to sell that they are, so that people think that they're wise because they sold an image of wisdom like the Wizard of Oz. And the purpose of that image is to hide the real things inside that someone is, that self is. So believers can't be doing that anymore with intent, but to step into the light and not be afraid of it, to see what self is really inside. He who deceives the whole world, he was cast to the earth, and his messengers, his angels, were cast out with him. So those that are of the devil, there's a oneness in a way through evil. It's not the true good oneness in Messiah, in the body of Messiah, but there is a masquerade, of course. There is a body, many divided bodies, but they're one in that they're one in the evil, in the works that the heart does. They're one. One with the devil is to be doing the devil's works of evil from the knowledge of the tree of good and evil. Every sin that comes off of that tree looks pleasing to the eyes, to the flesh, good for sight, good for food. It looks good for food, and therefore when we read it's good for food, it's speaking of what is a mystery and a secret to those that can't see. It's speaking of not the reality, but the image. The good looks good, but the evil looks good too. On the outside, it's sold as that, otherwise it wouldn't deceive anyone, and people would know the Creator and have truth, and this world would be set free, and it wouldn't be the way it is. But that's not so with many. This world is of the enemy, and it's mostly all deceived, has been all deceived, but most of it still is, completely deceived, no light, no belief. And the world would be 180, it would flip upside down if everyone started to believe in the Creator, to do His will and see His light. Every business would fail instantly, everything would crumble to the ground right away if it switched that quick, if everyone believed that quick all of a sudden. That's what would happen. It is a real threat to the enemies, the truth, for their kingdoms. And I've seen this more lately, that these are kingdoms, and we read so often about kingdoms, but what does it mean? There's many different kingdoms, smaller or greater. But if it's in and of the world, then it's the kingdom of the devil, and it's no good. It's the kingdom of man, of self. Self's kingdom's built by man that has no good intention for humanity in its heart. So what it works out of is constant corruption and greed and self-gain at the expense of other people's lives, spiritually and literally too. This happens, but always spiritually, at the expense of others' lives. Because to deceive one person is to murder them. One lie is to murder them. And this is the disagreement and enmity we will have with the enemy. They will not agree to these words, these definitions and meanings. Because the moment it does, it's going to acknowledge that it's a sinner, and it can't do that. It's a miracle for someone to repent. Through that, someone acknowledges some sin finally, but not everything right away. There's more to acknowledge constantly. So then we read about kingdoms so much, and Jerusalem being a kingdom itself, and it still is, but not that old natural Jerusalem, but there's a kingdom, and the kingdom is New Jerusalem, His people. But the old Jerusalem was a kingdom, but it was a kingdom in and of this world all that time. All along, it was no different in the heart than the rest of the kingdoms. And that's a truth that right away is going to be enmity to someone that doesn't know the Father, or even a believer when first seeing it. It's going to be something to break through. But those that don't believe, it's absolutely an enmity. Because if it's acknowledged, that's starting to go in the direction of truth. And wherever that is, there's fear. There's fear for being exposed and laying down someone's life. The sense that a beast has, that its life is being threatened. It's a beastly instinct. It feels a threat. It doesn't understand what it is, but it just already feels it instinctively, that the truth is a threat to its soul, to kill it, which it would be for life. So the enemy will always be able to say that you're murdering them, killing them, that you're doing violent evil to them when truth is given to them. Now accept that, says the Father. Accept it and keep giving truth. When you know in advance now that won't change in this life, that people will instantly hate the truth and therefore the messenger and want to kill you with their heart. And if the Father unleashes some restraint, they will literally kill someone like they killed Messiah, murdered him and killed them. These are one. They murdered him, not just killed, but murdered. And killing someone out of evil is murder. They're one when it's out of that intention. Murder is killing, and killing is murder. And the exception to that would be a genuine accident, which is not something that I see happening left and right. It's not something happening a ton, a genuine accident. It happens, but the evil is being done with intent the most, by far, with intent, planned, premeditated, as we read so often that they do to his people. prophecy of what they would do to Messiah. Dogs surround me, evildoers. They hated me without a cause. This is highly offensive to the enemy. Without a cause is an abomination to the devil. Maybe in a little bit I'll smoothen out, but not for now. I don't determine that, though, so I always have to watch out for pride and saying something like, it doesn't matter what it is, it doesn't matter what it's about. But when it's said out of pride, like, I will do this, period, because I said so, kind of pride. The Father's going to resist that, and it's going to bounce back and shoot us back in the face. It's going to come back on us. And he'll make sure that we didn't keep our word as a punishment, because he doesn't allow rebellion and pride like that. So that's how he proves that it's not allowed, but that's not proof to this world. Another problem for the world to not see any of it, doesn't see any proof. It's proof for a believer, and no one believes it's proof in the world, the things that are proof. Darkness is so incredibly confused. It thinks killing someone is the problem to solve the problem. Murdering them, getting rid of them. Get rid of the cockroaches and the rats and the demons and frogs and whatever. Snakes. And even though these things are true of man's heart, snakes and wolves and, monster beast, it's why it's said that matters, not the word so often, like snake. It's why it's said. If someone says those words and they're true, literally, it doesn't matter. It's a lie if someone did it out of evil to condemn someone and hate and attack them and hate them with no good intention for them. No intention for truth, no intention for life, for their benefit, in hope, for good, for their life, when it's not done out of those good intentions from the heart. That literal truth that someone spoke becomes wicked, and they lied. Who can hear that? Because if someone speaks literal truth, it must be truth, so the world says. No, it's not automatically truth. It could be someone says the truth. It depends why someone said what they did and what works they did from their heart. A tree is not known by what someone says it is. All day long, it's easy to say an apple tree is an orange tree. How easy is it to sin? That easy. It takes nothing, no wisdom at all. It's just a cheap trick. It's just a cheap deception and a lie. Change the words. Lie to someone, deceive them. So then, you don't even have to think about it to sin, to lie. It's an orange tree, whatever comes to mind first, it doesn't matter. But let's say it's an apple tree. Well, it's orange. It's this, it's that. Anything but the truth. Adam and Eve seek anything but the truth. The one thing not to touch and seek and eat is what they are drawn to. But they're not drawn to all the good trees of the garden, that they can freely and do as much good as they want and eat, which is to do good works of the good fruit. What we eat depends and proves whether that work was good. If it eats bad fruit, then it's eating sin, it's doing bad works. If it's eating good fruit, then these are good works. Eating good fruit, good works. All the trees in the garden, they may eat from. Well, it's pretty darn fair, I think, for the Creator to do this. He could have done it a lot differently and he would still be righteous. He could have done much less. But all these things are freely sitting there waiting to be done as often as someone likes, and they don't do it. They go to the one tree that he says don't touch, don't eat from. Don't eat from. Eve adds don't touch, thinking it's about touching it. Trying to separate itself from the sin and definition of it to excuse itself so that its definition doesn't condemn it as a sinner. That doesn't work with the Creator. Changing the words after something happened, after the fact, is what everyone does all the time, and it's easy to do. It takes just as much work is saying this apple tree's an orange tree. Done. That's how easy it is to speak after the fact. Someone's in a delusion in real time every minute, and they can't see their works and one step ahead for good works. They're spiritually drunk. But then after the fact, they put their story together, and it's always going to have some kind of lie in it, whether it's a lot or a little. And then make it look like they planned what they did, as if they had sight for 1 or 2 or 3 steps in advance all that time when they didn't. So that's what a false prophet has to do. He's not real. He has to purposely try to make himself look like a prophet, to make things line up so that he appears as a good prophet and righteous before others. He has to premeditate and line something up so that it looks like prophecy, because he isn't of the Father's Spirit and can't actually do the real thing. But the real thing is not self doing the works. It's his Spirit working in us to do the works, and then it just happens to work out because he makes it work out for prophecy, for good that we didn't even foresee. Unless he shows us in advance something specific, we didn't even foresee it. That's how it's really working, and people don't want to hear that because that leaves self out. It leaves self to get credit. It leaves self out completely, 100%, for boasting and receiving credit that I did something wise and amazing and good. It completely destroys self from the picture, which is what needs to happen. That's what people don't want. So what's the other thing? Create the image of prophecy. Sell it. Whatever is created by man can be sold. Anything that's a lie can be sold. Truth can't be sold. No one would buy it if it was sold. And yet it can't be sold. But if it was sold, it wouldn't be bought. Or if it was attempted to be on sale, to be put on sale. Well, it was $5.99. Well, it was $6.66. $6.99, but now it's on sale for $1.99. You know, it would look a lot nicer and be simpler if it was just $2. But once one person starts doing that, everyone else has to follow. Because 1 penny is what someone will scream about in their heart and make the difference. I would know about being so picky about small things and then swallowing a camel and completely disregarding huge things of the law, huge good works of the law, mercy, forgiveness, love, faith. All those things are garbage to man's heart. But a tiny little straining of the gnat is so important. Makes all the difference in the world, says the mind, says the serpent mind. And everyone's done this, but the world continues to do it, and they're not learning what this is. And I've done it too. I don't know how many times. Too many to count, probably. Or just too many to count, not probably. Not or. It just is too many to count. There, finally, at the truth, without any confusion. And that's easy to do. It takes no power, it takes no knowledge from above to do those things, to do sin. It's as easy as falling on the ground pretending we're dead. See, I'm dead. I must be dead because I pretend. And, you know, they show these deceptions all the time because people like deceptions. They want to be deceived. If they don't want to be deceived, they would seek the truth with their heart to the Father and ask for truth and seek out his will for their life. If someone's not ever doing that, they don't want truth. They deceive themselves that they tell themselves they do. They deceive themselves for telling themselves that they want truth, that they want good and to do good. No, not unless someone's seeking to do the Father's will. They don't want truth yet. Not yet. They don't want to come out of deception. They want to be in deception in Egypt. They hate Egypt in its own way. The slavery of it, the brutality, the oppression from its masters, from everyone's masters that ever lived, earthly, worldly masters for jobs and things. Hating the job, hating the people, hating because it's all evil, but we're not. Gotta find a way. The carnal man can't make an excuse for his murderous hate. That hate has to turn into a proper hate, righteous hate, a perfect hatred, the hatred that the Father has for evil, which is apart from evil, this hate. But to do the typical hating is easy. Everyone does that. It's not righteous, it's evil. Even though they have a point about oppression and wickedness being done to them, it doesn't matter. They got to do what's right themselves, and they're not going to be rewarded for doing what's right. So it's an abomination in man's eyes to do what's right, because there's not even a reward from the world to do what's right from the heart. If anything, it's a continual punishment from the world if you do what's right. The world hates Messiah and his people, hates the Father, hates good works, hates light that exposes its darkness. It doesn't ever love truth. It never loved truth a day in its life. It just lied to itself that it did. A believer should know something about this at some point, because if someone is a true believer, they are starting to be honest with themselves and saw what they were completely, which is that they never wanted truth themselves. Before belief, no one wanted truth. I wasn't seeking truth. That wasn't going on in my mind and heart before belief, ever. They couldn't even conceive a single thought that comes from the Father above. Not even one thought could be conceived that's from him. And it wasn't. Because the Father is right, as frustrating as it is so often with certain things, maybe more or less with a newer thing, usually worse at the beginning of something, and then we have to get better at it and not hate it, not be frustrated with it in a bad way. That the thoughts of the wicked, none of the thoughts of the wicked are on Jehovah. None. We read that plainly. None of the wicked's thoughts are on Jehovah. None. None of his thoughts are on him and not receiving from him. So what are those thoughts then instead if it's not on him and his things? It's carnal things. It's self's thoughts. It's self's works. It's the devil's works and thoughts, which are selfish and having to do with self, because the devil wants worship badly. In truth, he's insecure beyond measure, the most insecure being that there is, the most insecure, prideful, wicked, monstrous, deceiving masquerader that there is, and is utterly destroyed. The devil is destruction. So it's about pay homage to me, worship me, and then, I might give you something for it. And the Father allows this thing to work for a judgment, giving man what he wants so often. And what he wants ends up being a judgment and punishment, because what he wants is death. The things that he wants cause death. He wants riches and fame. So often it's given to whatever degree, some more and less. Someone wants it so badly. And then they tell you deceiving things like the universe is putting out things. You have to speak to the universe and put it out in the universe. Universe. Put it out in the world and the universe will pay you back and reward you. What the heck is that? So they don't believe in the Creator at all. If they say that there's some kind of God, they don't believe in the Creator at all. They don't actually believe in him or his existence truly in the heart. But what a man says doesn't mean anything. It has to be discerned for what they really are saying and what they really mean by what they're saying. Maybe there's some power, but it doesn't have any kind of personal, traits, any kind of care. That's often said too, and it's utter stupid foolishness in truth. It is foolish. It's trying to believe something that's right in the lukewarm, impossible middle, so that no one can point the finger at them. No one can look for those that say they believe. Oh, you don't believe in God. No, but he says I do, just not not a personal God. And then the other side that takes offense at belief in the Creator, belief in some kind of God. The other side, the opposite, there's always two carnal sides and they fight against each other and everything. Now the other side that does not claim to believe in God and hates that acknowledgement, even the image that creates. They say, no, there is no God, that thing. They can't point at this lukewarm person because they say it's not the actual creator. He's not alive. It's just some weird power that just is and doesn't do anything, doesn't care about anyone. See, so that'll satisfy both sides the best that he can, so that no one can point the finger and condemn him and call him out for anything. This is how man is perfect in his mind. This is his definition of perfect. This is how it works. When he's in trouble, he goes right into the lukewarm so that both sides can't point at it. There's problems for Democrat, there's problems for Republican, so let's create a third party that's right in the middle. It's neither one of those abominations, so that it can have its own special thing and be extra special, and nobody can point the finger. It's right in the middle. Get it? It's right. It's always right in its mind. It's right in the middle. That's a double meaning, and both are true here. It's always right in its mind, and it's right in the middle of the two things. It's the most disgusting thing. Messiah hates it. The Father hates it. He vomits out the lukewarm. He does not accept that. There's no reality in that. No one's actually living in the middle like they're implying. It's a delusion, and it isn't real. It's not actually happening within anyone's heart. Reality is the lukewarm person is against the Creator and hates him and is a sinner, period. There he is on that side. There's no middle. This is how he tries to escape the judgment and condemnation that he's in. He's in a condemned condition for sin and unbelief. Carnal man, unbelief, and unbelievers. But he always goes to the middle when he feels exposed from either side and moves to the left or right as needed. Sometimes it's beneficial to sell yourself to the left, a Republican. Sometimes it's better, if it's for self-image, to go all the way on the right and move around like this constantly. That's why we read that they're like the waves and oceans that are always tossed and never stop and have no rest day and night. They're like the many waters. The waters are the peoples. The waters are the people. And there's earthly peoples from below, and there's heavenly waters above the firmament above. And those are those that are of the Father here. Actually, the next one. Revelation 12:12. Therefore rejoice, O heavens, the water above, the heavenly people, those that are of the Father, and you who dwell in them, in the firmament above, the sun, moon, and stars, with the Father and Messiah. They are the heavenly people, the spiritual people of the Father. Messiah was the firstborn of the dead, and he, how did he say it? I am from above, you are from beneath, he told them. Messiah is speaking this truth in Revelation. The revelation of Messiah in us is one with this truth, to be as Messiah, just as he was and is, and to become more like him every day in his image, who is in the image of the Father. To be made in Messiah's image now is to be made in the Father's image also. Both are true. But Messiah was the firstborn and the first to be made in the Father's spiritual, true image, and not the image of the beast, which is the false second thing, which is the masquerade and the lie that needs to be rightly divided. That tree needs to be burned up, and the fruit on it needs to be rightly divided and separated. Put the good on the good tree and the bad on another tree, a bad tree. Create two things, not one, and then burn the bad tree. Because there needs to be knowledge of what's evil in order for it to start being destroyed and burned. A day is never coming for someone for them to overcome sin at all, any kind of sin on any level, and evil. There is no overcoming coming for overcoming evil until it's actually learning what it is and starts being rightly divided and separated on that bad tree and then the good on the good tree. So the bad tree tries to please all peoples, the good and evil, the good and bad. It flatters people. That's just who the devil is. It's never the good tree or the bad tree even. It's never one sharp thing, good or evil. It's right in the middle in the lukewarm, two things mixed as one. And this is the abomination of all sin, and it is the greatest abomination of all things, is the lukewarm middle. I'd rather you were light or darkness. I'd rather you were good or bad, as far as, being on the Father's side versus the enemy's side. I would rather you, how's it actually said? How does he say it? I'd rather you be hot or cold, light or dark, good, evil. I'd rather you be hot or cold. It's better to be cold than to be in the lukewarm thing. At least you're on that side, and there's some kind of, hey, look, I'm evil, this is what it is. But no, the lukewarm thing is what people strive for. Now, Messiah is not saying it's good to be darkness, not even remotely zero, not even 0.1%. But he's bringing out a teaching about how nasty lukewarm is and contrasting it with hot and cold. It's so nasty that now when this truth is spoken, it's going to have to sound like it's destroying and contradicting some other truth in his word. And it's not doing that in reality. It just sounds like it and has to. There's no other way. That's how all his truth works. When one truth is spoken somewhere in his word, it's sounding like we're breaking a bunch of other truths and contradicting. It has to sound like that, the truth. Now, whether someone's doing the truth or not is one thing, but if they are, this is how it always looks. It doesn't look any different than this. That's why it's so deceiving. The craftiest beast of them all, the devil. That's why it's so deceiving. It's not actual wisdom, but the craftiness is the evil and the masquerade of confusing things, trying to make one thing look like the other and two things as one, or when something needs to be one, it's split and divided into two. Always the opposite. That's what's crafty about it. There's no actual wisdom in the devil. There's no wisdom in the curse that Adam and Eve are in. The judgment came on them regardless of what they did. There's no excuses, this is teaching. Judgment on someone will come regardless of what they say and do. Their excuses will not work with the Creator. It came on Adam and Eve. It's coming on everyone. It's coming on us. He's going to make the judgment. Now, if someone never ends up seeing this truth and believing it, they're never going to cease sinning. They won't be able to, because they're always going to believe they're not in sin while they are, through these doctrines that they believe that covers their sin, so that it deceives its own soul and thinks that it's not a sinner because of its crooked doctrine, deception, and devil definition of everything. That is a comfortable thing, a comfortable liar. Lies are comfortable in this kind of way. It takes nothing to do, and it's a false safety. It's a false peace, like we also read of. It's not really happening in real, but in the delusion in someone's mind, it's a comfort and a peace, a safety. But it's not actually working. Judgment's coming, and the fall is coming, and someone will get worse after the fall and not better, proving that what they thought all along didn't work and it failed. And then it rethinks it again with some other things down the road, and it falls again, and it gets worse. More sin is piled up and added up, and while someone believes they're getting wiser, they're becoming more of a fool, increasing in foolishness. It's astonishing. What a frightening, powerful judgment. It cannot be denied. It cannot be taken back or rejected by anyone. It cannot be stopped. It will go out to the world, his word, and not come back void, and it will do what he sent it out to do, whether for good or evil, whether for judgment or for judgment, whether for death or death, whether for death of the old man for life, or whether that word goes out for death, just plain destruction, more destruction for unbeliever. It's going to do one of those two things it will accomplish. Not just one. It's also going to do out the destruction and judgment. Not just the good, like someone would only want to hear, that this only means that his word goes out and accomplishes his will, and they're thinking of like some kind of good thing. No, it's doing the opposite thing also the most, because most of the world are in unbelief. So it's doing that the most, not the other, not the good thing. It's backwards. It is doing the good thing for a few. But it's doing that. It's doing a judgment and evil comes on people the most because there's more unbelievers, not because it's more powerful or better than good, but because there's more unbelievers than there are believers by, not some insane number. Not even close to being 50-50 or even 10-90, not even 199. Maybe 0.000000001. It's doing that for some. The same word will be a stumbling block to someone to trip over, fall, and be offended greatly, and that same word will also be someone's picking up and lifting up to draw near to the Creator and do more good, with a little bit of knowledge gained to watch out for that stumbling block, to walk around it, see it for what it is, and not trip over it. Tripping literally and getting back up is not the meaning or truth to what being lifted up and walking and aligned straight with your legs working. It's not what it means. That's the image, to literally walk and get back up from a fall. That's the world's definition of getting back up. Staying alive, literally, is the world's definition of survival. Well, believers have much greater important things to be concerned about besides getting up literally from a literal fall. It's about his very life and truth, the true life he gives. That's the concern, is to have his life. And the more a believer learns and grows, they start seeing that being literally alive was never the meaning. Even though there's an importance to be literally alive, it was never the meaning. So then it's no good. It becomes more true for a believer, train passing by, that becomes more true for a believer to agree with the Father's word and Messiah's truth. More agreement and belief that it's not good enough to just literally be alive. What profit is it if someone's alive and they gain the whole world and destroyed their own soul? They're not literally destroyed, as in dead, literally, even though this happens. But that person is destroyed while they live, physically alive. They've lost their life, their soul. And it's not something that just like floats around, some kind of mystical thing like the world believes and makes it out to be, not understanding what it is. It's not some third thing to the body and spirit, even though there is some kind of truth to body, spirit, soul, but these two are one. There's not some third entity or third thing like everyone believes. So there's a mixing in that teaching. Even if some of it's right with their mouth, it doesn't matter. It's a lie, because there's no such thing as that, as someone's soul just floating away and going to hell like this. Adam is created first. He's the firstborn naturally of all creation, coming from death, understanding that, yes, being created is a little different than like being resurrected from the dead after alive, then dying. But that's what it is. Adam's the firstborn from the dead. He was dead. He became a living soul in contrast to he was dead first. We can't read he became a living soul unless he was dead first. And someone might try to attack this and say, what do you mean? He wasn't even created. How could you say he was dead? Because it's the truth. And we're not talking about that thing that someone would bring up. We know that. That's an easy, simple understanding. They should know that too. They just said it. But it's an opportunity to attack the truth. So that happens all the time. That work that looks the same inside, but it could be about so many different things outside. It doesn't attack on a simple thing that somewhere inside it knows this attack is false and stupid, and does it anyways, and gets blinded for doing it because its intention for doing it is to try to shut the truth up and destroy it because it doesn't want to hear it. It's desperate. It's desperation to be this stupid, to imply that someone can't understand something so simple that even an unbeliever should understand, and understand something so simple like that. That of course he wasn't alive first, then he died and then was resurrected, but nevertheless, he was the firstborn from the dead. He was not alive, he became a living soul. How does someone become a living soul if they were alive already? So where's the lukewarm thing? Let's find the lukewarm thing. He's not dead or alive so that my doctrine can stand. Can someone see this nasty thing that's always working in people's heart constantly and have to watch out for self to do it? Because once again, it's easy to do. It's easier than anything to do, sin. It's the most comfortable, easy thing to do is to fall into a lukewarm thing about something. It's easier than tripping and falling. It's easier than tripping and falling because you at least have to walk to trip. You have to do a little bit of work to run into something and trip. You don't even have to do any walking for this. It's so easy. You just say a few words from your heart and it's instantly the corruption that it is. And anyone in darkness doesn't see the steps that they walk ahead of themselves at all. They don't see it yet. That's why the need to correct the past constantly. Because there's guilt in that string of sins from the past minutes or days or months or whatever. So someone backtracks, changes their story, which is a lying deceiver to anyone it's speaking to, and doesn't care that it's deceiving others, because the moment someone believes a lie, it doesn't matter what that lie is, that's for their destruction to believe a lie. That's for their death to believe a lie and get blinded further, which means that they have no regard for people's life. Spiritually, that is their life, the true life. They don't have any regard. If they had some fear for doing evil and fear of the Creator, the true fear, not a cowardly fear like Adam and Eve first, but the true fear, which is a fear, they would fear to do evil once they learn some of it and see it, because they start seeing and believing that it's affecting someone and it's a wicked work. And it will work for someone else's destruction. The Father allows it to happen. That's a hard thing to hear. He allows it to happen. It's happening the most. It's happening every day. It's happening right now as I speak. It's happening somewhere in the world where someone's doing something out there and it's working already, working evil. So then we need light to see our own works. If we don't have any light, then we literally, as literal as it gets, cannot actually see the workings of our heart. It's like being asleep, spiritually drunk, something like that. And this world's so spiritually drunk, even on a natural level, people are just going out doing insanity, speaking insanity and confusion, and doesn't even make sense. Then somebody else that's spiritually drunk is offended at seeing that person's specific delusion. They don't have any regard for that delusion, don't understand that darkness and deception. They don't have any regard to that person's life. They don't understand how it's working. There's zero mercy. It just finds opportunity to condemn someone else's specific carnal blinding about some natural thing. Then the other person that sees the attack and got murdered, it was an attack. That's why people get angry, because it was a literal stabbing to someone. It was murder. The other needs to murder back now, lest someone kills the other first. That's working out of cowardly fear to do evil back. Needing to do evil back in revenge in any way, shape, and form from the heart, let alone literally, is great cowardly fear. It's when someone does evil, they just prove that they are very fearful. Is the enemy going to acknowledge this and agree with this truth? No, it won't. No, it won't. But the church world goes around and sells that everyone can believe and everyone should believe, and it puts a condemnation and expectation on everyone to believe their lies, and they put that burden on others. No, they won't believe it. Have they ever read? They call what? The enmity that's in the beginning in Genesis doesn't exist? The Father's a liar then. I didn't say he's a liar. Yes, they did. Slap, 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 spank, 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 which isn't our thing to literally do at all from the heart or literally, but someone needs slapped awake. Someone needs some spanking. They're trapped. Yes, someone does imply and say that from their heart without saying the literal words, but they don't have any regard for that truth and how this works, that they're actually doing this evil towards the Father and towards people, towards Father, Messiah, and his people, and anyone, other unbelievers. They're doing this to them. That's what man does. He's going to say, I didn't say it. That doesn't work. They just were told the truth and they don't love it. They don't want to be corrected. They want death. They think of believers like trying to just go out and seek and destroy them like everyone in the world's doing. Yeah, that's what we did too. But they don't believe that there's people that aren't doing this anymore with intent to go out and just destroy someone constantly. Then they're going to have to bring up self, someone else that is, not self, and try to point a finger and say, did you ever do this? And if you say yes to them, they think they got you. So now you proved that you have no forgiveness inside, none. You proved with your heart that you have no forgiveness, never, none. While you think you're wise, you proved to me that you have zero forgiveness. You just proved it. It's over. I could walk away and don't have to worry about being wrong. It's easy to see when the Father gives a little light. And we have to be right, because if we're wrong, that's an evil that's done on someone. It is ending up to be an evil if we're wrong. If we falsely accuse and the discernment's not right, that means it will be evil. Doesn't matter the degree, whether lesser or greater, it will be evil. It will be a sin, period. If it slips up, even just a little from the truth, it's some kind of actual, real sin that slipped up in the heart that happened. Who can believe this thing? That's how perfect his way and his word is. But now, naturally so, someone that doesn't know the truth might say, and they might be thinking, they likely are, it will come. They are thinking this, if they were to hear this truth. Who can keep his way then? Are you demanding literal perfection? No. And yet it sounds like it. It sounds like it. The answer is no. But then they'll say they think they got you. What do you mean? You just proved it. No, we're speaking truth. Have you ever heard how truth works? It's for your benefit. Speaking truth out of loving his truth. Not doing the typical condemnation and doing it just to expose someone's image and trash them and to raise self up and murder them for self-gain like the whole world's doing. No, there is a way to speak truth that sounds evil without doing any evil. It has to sound evil to those that hate it. They're still at enmity with the Creator. How could they love it? It needs to be told to them that the truth will make them burn up in fire, that they will hate it, but be careful. Be careful for that reason. The enemy needs to know. Be careful what you do with this in the next following seconds and minutes and days after hearing some kind of truth. It's a warning out of care, like Messiah did all the time, and they didn't believe him. They thought he was just only doing evil and doing what they do, murdering, condemning, doing the wicked judging, of which we read do not judge, which is referring to this wicked, hypocritical, condemning judgment coming from the heart. Don't do that judgment. Judge not. Of course, the devil's going to take that one little word out of context and create its devil doctrine and definition of sin and say, don't judge me, to protect itself so that you shut up, so that no one can tell it anything, because it is God and cannot be judged. It uses his word to justify sin and cover and protect itself so that nobody can point the finger. Not that we should be pointing the finger out of evil, but this is why it's done from that heart. That doctrine really means that you can't say anything and no one else can say anything. And by that, it's saying that you can't speak truth. It just proved it. It took truth for a lie. It took truth for condemnation and wickedness and false wicked judgment. If they don't believe that truth after that was given to them, it's not likely that they're ever going to see it again the rest of their life. And if they walk away from it and don't believe in that moment or soon after, It's not likely they ever will the rest of their life. That would be some serious mercy if the Father sent a second messenger to someone in unbelief somewhere down the line. That would be some severe mercy on the Father's part. He doesn't have to. So the answer from himself is, I don't know whether someone would see that again. I don't know for sure, but this is how rare it is, though, as a teaching. This is how crazy it is. They looked at Messiah and saw the truth right before their eyes. If they don't believe in the truth while the light is with them, it's not likely they're going to ever believe it in the rest of their life. If they rejected the truth when it came to them face to face or in some kind of way, with word, with hearing, like blessed are the feet that speak the good news, so that someone can hear it. If they walk away from the truth in that moment, they just condemned and walked away from the only truth that there is in this world. What were they thinking that should come? A city falling from the sky? The kingdom's not coming that way, Messiah taught. It's not coming that way in this life for us. It's not coming in a way foreseen by men, like he said. That's what he said. Not coming in a way foreseen by men. Meaning when men is speaking of the natural man, the Adam, the first man. So that's everyone. He's referring to everyone that's still in unbelief. It's not coming in that kind of way. What were they expecting the truth to look like? Religion, the beautiful thing, the easy thing, the condemn the whole world thing if you don't believe to hell, and condemn all the enemies with their heart and murder them. Condemnation is murder. Condemnation from one person to the other is murder from one to the other. The devil murdered Adam and Eve without literally killing them because he lied to them, he deceived them. How does it really work? Can they blame the enemy? No. Can the devil blame Adam and Eve? No. What's the Father do? He judges both. He judges all. It's the last thing someone would have ever believed for how it works. Never would it be this, what I'm speaking of. Not the words, but whatever these words are meaning, if someone can see what they're meaning. It's the last thing that anybody would have believed. Same for self. Self didn't ever believe that first, didn't even think of it. Never thought I was an actual sinner. The years go by, and the Father keeps showing more and more that we're sinners. How insane is that? That's the way. Start believing more and more that we're wretched, no good, miserable. That's who and what we are. Self, Adam, of self. That's it. Believers are seeing that that's what they are. Nobody else is yet. The rest of the world hasn't acknowledged that they're sinners yet. It's easy to say the words when there's a secret meaning that has nothing to do with the meaning that they're a sinner. It's easy to say I'm a sinner when there's a speaking in a delusion. And it would be good for people to know. They need to know that that can be done all the time, as easy as, just like earlier, calling an apple tree an orange tree. It's easy to say I'm a sinner. It takes all strength and faith and belief and sight and judgment from above to actually believe it. Therefore, saying it because someone believes it versus saying it to hide and cover sin. Two different intentions. One are the Father's works, the other's the devil's work. There's nothing in common besides them looking the same on the outside. They look like repentance, both of them. The good on the tree looks like repentance. The evil on the tree looks like repentance. The fruit on the tree and the sin looks shiny and good, and shiny as in it's looking good. For sight, for food, for self-knowledge, to make one's self-wise. The devil's teaching and doctrine is, if you sin, you will gain wisdom. If you commit adultery, if you rob, if you murder, if you have idolatry, you will gain wisdom. So man needs to find out what it's like to be in death and a sinner. He thinks he gains more wisdom the more he samples everything, like at Costco. He samples something, goes, I like this, and then buys a bag or a box of it. and then sample another thing, and he keeps on loading himself up with sin. He believes he gets wiser for literal sin. That's it. Just sin itself. Nothing further, just sin. If murder's done in the heart from one to the other, that's what it is. Just sin. Someone thinks they become wiser by murdering someone, by hating them, by doing evil to them. It's incredible. It's so blind and foul. It's hard to comprehend how evil and stupid this is. It really is stupid. It's horribly foolish and dumb. Besides being evil, it's all those foolish things too. The wisdom of this world is, that's why the Father says it out of love and care through his word, speaking through his word. All of it is his word. That's why he says, out of the intention of the Father's heart, saying, the wisdom of this world is foolishness to Elohim. Because it is. That's why he's saying it. Because it is. There's no foul intention or corruption. It really is. That's why he's saying it. Intention, intention, intention. That's why he's saying it. The wicked never do any such thing. The unbeliever can't do that yet. Can't speak truth yet. It says the same words for some completely different carnal, beastly, wicked, selfish intention and does not see that specific truth. It does not see the actual truth that a believer's receiving. Not because they're better than everyone, but because they believe and they're asking for understanding and it's being given to them. The enemy could have it too if they would repent and believe and seek these things from him. They thought that believers got it for free. I'll show you how much you have to suffer to get it. Messiah says to the apostle, I'll show you how much you have to suffer for my name's sake. Who's going to want to love him now? After figuring out that, after seeing some of that, after seeing a percentage of it, starting to see it, who's going to love him now? There's nothing harder. If anything, it only looks like and makes it look like that there is no reason to love him. It's coming from the carnal mind, it's only enmity and hatred. This is the very tribulation in Messiah. This has to come out of us. It's what a believer will have to go through and experience constantly. New things overcome that. New things overcome that. More, overcome more. There was more. There was more sin still in that well. There's more sin in that well. And literally didn't see it or believe that there was more. Genuinely did not see that there was so much more. So then we start giving up on thinking that we know how much more there is. Just let him work in us. Just do his will. And stop thinking about it like that from the heart. Like, oh, I think I'm there. Or just a little more. No, just neutral. Just neutral. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Isn't neutral in the middle? Well, now it's okay. Now when it needs to be in the middle, now that's the only good thing in truth. Now to go to the left or right is sin. That's why we read, go straight in a straight line, not to the left or right like we read somewhere more than once. Not to go to the left or right. Why are we reading not to go to the left or right on the path? After already talking about and using scriptures that we could use to say that you should stay right on the straight and narrow, or now go to the left or right. Contradicting now with the letter, because they're two separate things. It depends on which one is being spoken of, and they have to be rightly divided in the heart, or else we will sin. If we apply the one thing to the other when it shouldn't be, then while thinking we do good, we'll end up sinning, and then applying that thing to A on B and B on A. Then all will be sin. Both left and right will turn into sin because it's not working like that. It has to work a certain way at the right time, the truth. So then the time has to be known also and how it works, like mechanically, but spiritually. How it works has to be found out for how it works and when it works. Because someone can have truth, but now they're applying it at the wrong time with the wrong thing. A believer got some truth, but now they need to figure out when to apply it and how it works. Now that truth that's good, but there's still mixing inside. There's still sin that needs to come out. There's still more knowledge needed. So we do mixed works until we're perfected. Not out of intention, but through his way, which looks just like the world to people that don't believe. It looks like the same lukewarm garbage to them that they do themselves, that they love so much. It's not garbage in reality to them. They love sin. They don't actually believe sin is sin or that they're sinners. The best way to hide from the Father's truth in that to make self look like you are in agreement with it. It's to like forfeit and join the enemy. So then it's a retreat and a joining of the Father's truth, becoming the truth itself, meaning looking like it, selling like it's the truth, by acting and speaking and looking like it loves his word. If you can't defeat your enemies, join them and become it. That's who the devil is. Whoever thought that what those words mean had nothing to do with what the world's talking about. They say those words out there, but they don't see what it means. It's not being applied to his truth, which means that it's being applied to lies and evil. Therefore, it will only produce evil. If it's being applied for something carnal, then it can only produce carnal, keeping it or doing that work and knowledge according to that knowledge. It will only produce sin. While thinking they're wise, they become fools. What does a believer have to do? What do we have to do? Is become fools so that we could be wise. Is to deny self that we know from ourself and seek the truth from above, from him, and receive it. Stop trying to follow our own self and be the leader because it can't be done. And yet it can. In a delusion. And yet the Father's allowing everyone to go their own way and try it out. And this is accomplishing a purpose, because it's going to come together someday, even for all those that never believed. All this experience was for a reason, even through unbelief. That experience is all for a reason, every detail of it. But it's not coming to fruition the way it will fully until later, which is another, what was that? Like an 80-year-old whistle or something. Like people do and make fun of, you know. How is the harlot going to share that truth? It doesn't believe it. It doesn't know that truth. Doesn't want it, doesn't believe it, doesn't know about it, doesn't have knowledge. Its end is just burning people alive in fire forever. It has no purpose. It's the ultimate lack of purpose, the perfect opposite of purpose. It's the void, emptiness, and reverse of whatever is true and good, which is who the enemy is. It's got zero purpose. That means that zero purpose is working in someone's heart that doesn't know him, that's in confusion every day. The only thing the religion ever did to people is kill them more. Kill them all. I actually looked at some of that stuff, continuing on a little bit from the last video, 72 seasons. And it wasn't shocking, and yet it is shocking always, every time. But it wasn't shocking in that it's not surprising me as something brand new with the lyrics and with death and darkness. Yeah, incredibly dark, but I expected that. And it's funny because people, you look at some comments and you get an idea of what people are doing for some certain thing, whatever it is. You get a little idea of the arguments, the fighting, the two sides that people fight over on that specific subject and thing. And then there's seeing the same things with something else besides, like, you know, music, bands. But speaking of that one specific thing, the sins happening in the heart are the same. They really are the same, but it just looks a little different on the outside. People are saying and implying, and they do this like all over the place with anybody, it doesn't matter what band it is, that it's as if like that they did something new with the lyrics and the darkness and acknowledging things, getting real personal and telling people, you know, being vulnerable, like they're calling this good, that they're acknowledging things. It's like the first time it ever really got so personal. What? Come on. 1 minute of looking at the oldest stuff that goes back to the beginning of someone, if those lyrics were looked at and studied a little bit, someone would see that darkness was right from the beginning. If anything, it only can get worse and has gotten worse. It gets worse for people, but it was there from the beginning. The darkness was there from the beginning. It didn't have light. It was just in less darkness in the beginning spiritually. But that darkness was manifested through the music from the beginning. It doesn't matter how much worse something gets or percentages or numbers. It was that darkness from the beginning. It really was. It's not hard to prove here about this thing. I mean, it's all about death. Death, 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 killing, 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 kill them all. And I am referencing a popular band that most people probably have heard of. And every truth for something that's the Father's truth, it could be applied and is applied to everything else. It's not about one specific band or thing or instrument or this little group here. His truths apply to everyone, to all things, to everyone else also. But as an example, once someone starts seeing the Father's truth on something, you start seeing it with everything, meaning that little bit that we have is that little bit everywhere. That's why Messiah says, how will you understand all the parables if you don't understand one? If they say, I don't understand, what does it mean? It's not a sin to not understand his word. It's a sin to not acknowledge that we don't understand it. It's a sin to not acknowledge from the heart that we don't understand something and that we're sinners and don't know and are blind. It's a sin to not acknowledge it. Never was a sin to not know. The Father doesn't condemn someone for not knowing. He knows that we don't know anything in the beginning. He knows that. That's what his way accounts for. That's how he shows his love, that his grace is needing to grow over time his way. He does it. Just believing in him that he'll do it. Not following someone else and their instructions and carnal commands, but just being free in Messiah to lead us piece by piece, like he says he will do. That he's gentle, he will lead them and guide them gently. That he's humble and gentle. He won't put too much for understanding and truth and requiring it that we can handle more than we can handle. He's not going to require, okay, the righteousness here, you need to do 80%. He's not going to say the righteousness here for this truth, you need to instantly know 100% and do it according to that knowledge, do the perfect work there. He's not doing that for anyone, on anyone who can believe this. Father doesn't require a 1-year-old to drive a semi-truck. It's wicked. He doesn't do wickedness. And nevertheless, there's no excuse for not learning and growing and doing it. It's finding that middle, that narrow way that splits the two things, carnal things. Finding a way to walk it somehow and do that without going to the left or to the right extreme, without making excuses and without using it as a license to sin. Once you bring up both things on the left and right that are false, the enemy is confused and pale-faced because they don't see the truth. There is no way. It only ends up with contradictions from us, from anyone that speaks truth. And that's what it sees from the Father's word. It only ends up being an impossible contradiction, which is what believers need to see his way is. Impossible from us. For a man, it's impossible. That means we're really going to see it's impossible. That means that's tribulation because we need to do it. And afraid not to do it, afraid to go back into utter darkness and destruction. So then there's fear. There's a true set-apart, holy fear. And even that fear has to be perfected because it's going to be mixed with cowardly fear until it's perfected. You know, it needs to grow more perfect, that good fear. The more someone fears the Creator, the less they sin, the less they are already sinning. If the first thing is true, they're sinning less if it's greater fear. And we read, to have fear for him, that they may not sin. He will test them in the desert, where they lusted exceedingly, like we read. When the Father says exceedingly and it's coming from him, it is strong, because he's not speaking lies. He says exceedingly or greatly for a reason, out of truth, because it's real, because it's true. They exceedingly lusted in the desert. Lust is of the devil. Lust is of the god of this world, people's father, still sold under sin to him, to its own self, as a slave to sin, a driver for Egypt for sin, obeying Egypt's commands for sin, for their own debt and destruction. That's how much Egypt, this world, all of it, rich and famous people, all this world, religious, false prophets, that's how much they love everyone. They would like to put debt on you and destroy you. They don't lift up a finger for any of the law themselves, as Messiah taught, yet they condemn everyone and require it of them to be perfect. And don't judge me. I require perfection. Don't judge me. Don't ever say that I'm sinning at any time or doing some kind of lie or hypocrisy, false teaching. Nope. You can't do that to me, but I do that to others all day long, all my life, every day. It's a one-way street with the carnal man. It's violently partial because we read not to be partial. So man is partial. He's one-sided hardcore. If it's for his bad or his image being exposed as looking bad, dumb, stupid, evil, then someone will lie and be violently partial towards self and not apply the things he's applying to someone else. All of a sudden, he doesn't use the same working of something, the same testing, the same definitions. Now he doesn't do that identical thing that he does to others for himself. Now all of a sudden he just contradicted his own doctrine and proved he doesn't believe it, that he doesn't actually. How does someone really believe in their heart what they never keep? How do they believe in their heart applying something to everyone, but then when it comes to self, not applying it? How is it that they really believe what they're implying and saying about how something works for others, selling it to the people, teaching it to the people? How does it actually believe its very own words if it doesn't apply it to self ever, but is partial against self? How? They don't. If that's revealed in someone, that's going to reveal a delusion. That's why someone will get very, very fearful and fill up with wrath, because they just got exposed. That was their cover. That was their Adam and Eve covering that they're frauds, that they're not of the Father, that they're wolves in sheep clothing. That will make someone rage if they're spotted by light, because it was their very precious cover. Does someone now automatically think that this is being spoken to condemn and destroy someone and try to slander their image and slander them for evil? Well, yes, that's what most are going to have to believe and see, because it looks like it to them, and it's convenient, by the way, to protect their sins and cover them so that it protects itself, so none of it applies to itself. That's why it does all that. It works out multiple evils for the evil instead of working out multiple good truths for the good of us. It works out evil for more evil. If the Father is working everything for the good of those that love him, and he is, then the evil is working out more evils, and all the evils for more evil. He's working out, the devil's working out for the evil, for more evils to really become and do. It's perfectly 180, not to the left, not to 90 degrees, and not 90 degrees this way or that way, not 45 degrees, but it's concerning how perfectly 180 it is. It is a 180. It's not 90 degrees. It's 180. That's how bad it is. It's not something in the middle here with 90 degrees. Up, see ya, taking this angle. Gotcha. Which just reminded me about what they say about the creation, which, truther channels and things have mentioned. And when I was looking in and seeking about this truth a few years back, the insanity that there is a point to it. Not every single literal thing people say is a lie, but it needs to be discerned why they're saying it, once again, whether they're speaking actual truth or not. Someone can call out a green car for a green car and it's true, but that doesn't prove someone's speaking truth out of their heart and doing good and doing the Father's will. It doesn't automatically prove that. It does not. What does the flesh profit? How does that prove something? How easy it is to call a green car to make yourself look like you hate lies and tell the truth. How easy is it for me to do that? How easy it is to me to say, I love this verse. Yes, I love the Bible. I love the Father's word. How easy it is to do that. When someone feels they need to do that, then that's what they do to cover themselves, to make it blend in and look like, go along with the enemy, its enemy that it hates, so that it can masquerade and camouflage in the moment, and then it can pop out when the threat is gone and be as what it normally is, whatever delusion that is. But it changes like this depending on the exposure, depending on what's going on. The lizard changes different colors. It needs to camouflage the best that it can according to the current condition and situation someone's in. How does a lizard know how to do that? And how does it know that its cover is actually working and actually turning a certain color the best that it can to its surroundings? How does it know it's even working, let alone how does it know how to do that? If a lizard can do it, man can do it. That's what just hit me right now. For no excuses. There's no excuses we can make with the Creator. A lizard that can camouflage does this. If a camouflaging lizard can do it, can man do it? Can he do it without thinking about it specifically? Can he do it without knowing if it's working? Can he do it without seeing how it's working and knowing whether it's working perfectly or not? Can he see what that cover looks like himself? Well, someone would scream yes or think yes, but no. The point is that if a lizard can do it, man is doing it and can do it. Even easier and greater than a lizard. For obvious reasons I don't think I have to say. A human versus a lizard. If something that looks like isn't very wise, big, doesn't have smarts or whatever because it's so small, judging it like that, and it is a little creature, yes, there's a point to it. That's true. But the point is one of those contrasts. If this tiny thing can do that, man can do it. He's like a lizard. Now, they end up saying that too, the lizard brain. Leaders of the world slip up or do it or whatever whenever on purpose to do some kind of evil or just slip up. What both happen where they say lizard brain, like I think Obama did at some point. 15% left. Streaming sucks the battery down, and the computer charger is a slow charger, so if I'm on here long enough, the battery will slowly go down even though it's charging right now, and because it's not enough amps to overcome the amps drawn. So it's a real slow decreasing even while it's charged. See, and that actually teaches something too. It's not automatically what someone thinks and looks like. Therefore, if they're not on guard seeking the truth for what something is in the present condition of something, or testing something, testing someone, testing whether something is being true or false, whether that teaching is a lie or not, or true, whether that doctrine is true or not. It already is so prideful and blind, it's just going to assume whatever it thinks is so. So then someone won't even be able to think that the phone could die while it's charging. And this is just an example for what's happening with real sin in the heart. That's also how the devil plays the trick, is he tries to build you up through people. People are doing this. It is to confuse you, distract you, juggle you around, throw in a little lie here and there and a contradiction, because that's sin. And if you believe that sin, if I believe that sin, we'll start going blind right in that moment, because believing sin will bring forth judgment. Once someone's blinded enough after being stirred around for a minute or two or 30, it doesn't matter how long, whatever someone's doing, then you go to your true intention for what you wanted to do from the beginning, and now you strike after they're weakened a little bit. If you try to go for their kill, he might be able to kill you back. But if you weaken him and make him drop his shield, now you can pierce his gut at the proper time while he's not on guard. How evil and sick is this? It's being done. It's being done from man's heart all the time. We acknowledge that this is not being done literally everywhere by everyone. We know that. And it does happen, but it's being done in the heart, the real things that matter, that cause death. If someone cares about life, then they're going to care about this for learning it so that they don't do it, so that they can learn and overcome it. If someone doesn't care about life and wants to be in death, then they won't ever care about this, and they don't have to care to some certain degree right now. That's also how he works. It's to care about the truth and seek the truth on something, but it's not about commanding someone to become a certain thing already instantly. That's evil. It's the heart's intention to care. It doesn't matter where someone is on something as far as this goes, as long as that real, genuine care is there and they're seeking the truth on it. Without that, it's never coming. Without that, there is no overcoming any given evil or specific sin, or breaking any law at the moment, any individual law. It's incredible. So the small thing that looks small, it's pretty big also, and it's incredibly important, whatever the small thing is, to take that first step. If it's never taken, there is no second step coming. It will be in death and not ever learn that sin, and it will continue to do the sin that knowledge is speaking of. Whatever teaching was spoken of, the knowledge of that teaching will never be seen. If it's never seen, then the person will do the evil according to the breaking of that knowledge for the evil instead of good. If someone doesn't know what it means, how could they stop sinning? How could they start overcoming a certain sin? If someone never starts seeing what adultery really is in the heart, taught by the Father and Messiah, they will never stop committing that real adultery, that spiritual adultery in the heart. It's not possible. The knowledge really does have to come first, some knowledge, which is the truth, which is the true wisdom, which is what we need to receive and ask for. Matthew 7:77. To enter his rest. Seeking him is to enter his rest, because it's belief in him. No one can seek him truly and not believe in him. Whoever is seeking him also believes in him. Whoever truly believes in him is also seeking him. There is no such thing as the lukewarm here, where someone is truly seeking him, but they're not believing, or the other way around. There's no such thing here, some wicked middle, lukewarm thing, that someone is truly believing in him, but not seeking him for real at all. It doesn't exist. If one, then the other. If not one, then not the other. All or nothing here. Messiah teaches this too. He teaches this very specific thing in law and word. There's not a single detail that hasn't been covered in his word, and I can say that without knowing everything. He's shown me enough to where I know that, even though I don't actually know every word and every teaching and perfected in all of it. We don't have to be perfected literally all of a sudden to know that truth. Once enough is given and someone sees enough, they can start seeing that that's true already before, learning something about a certain sin that's still in the heart that needs to be brought out. But the enemy will demand perfection on someone, on you. They will demand absolute, whatever they think perfection is. They will dump that heavy burden on someone. And if you're not that, everything you did and say and all the truth that was said is a lie in its own mind. It thinks it destroyed the truth because someone's not perfected yet. How evil is that? What great confusion. What perfect merciless faithlessness and lack of any mercy at all in sight or care or love or regard for someone's life, for their soul, for how they're doing, their condition. You know, a good shepherd regards the condition of its sheep, like we read. Messiah is the good shepherd. He doesn't cast away his people, but it's going to look like it at times and feel like it, which is the tribulation in Messiah that we read about, and many other things and angles. All kinds of different tribulations that fit within that word of tribulation for Messiah's namesake in the kingdom. Actually, I might as well find this part in Revelation after reading this here. He laid hold of the dragon, that serpent of old, who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years. That's good news right there. Everything in its order and time. If the devil is bound, something like being in a prison, if that's happening according to truth, it would have a real effect for what's really happening in people and in this world. If the devil is bound, that means there's no wickedness, temptation, deception coming from him. It would have an effect. It would do something major, massive, but what do we see in this world? Do we see this scripture fully fulfilled right now? No, I don't see that. It's not. It's because it's not. It will be. It's going to be. That needs rightly divided here, the things that are now and to come, and even though they're one spiritually, there is a separation of things that are to come in his word versus things now. That just has to be given to see that, because it will sound contradicting as usual. Because one minute we're speaking that the was, is, and is to come is all one, and every word right now is for us and meaning something for us and applying for our life in this world for real right now. But there's still, nevertheless, things to separate for the things to come, even though that's true and one with the things that are now and to come. Messiah taught this, now and to come. This is the blessings that start beginning small, a piece of it, massive blessings to come, which takes great faith. And there's promise, there's reward to come, separating from the rewards that can be given now. But the rewards now are going to be small compared to what's coming. That's the teaching. It's going to be small. That prophecy won't be fully fulfilled and filled up, that anyone who leaves mother, brother, father, wife, kids, businesses, land, will reap, will gain 100-fold now in this life as he taught, and to come. Doesn't it sound like we should be reaping and receiving like 100-fold right now? It sounds like it. Messiah just spoke a truth that's one, that continues, that is true now and will continue. But there needs some rightly dividing with that, what he said. The rightly dividing is that most of the rewards coming in the future and not now. The rightly dividing is that we have a piece of his spirit as a down payment, and everything about the kingdom and everything that's good for blessings is going to be small compared to what's coming. Nevertheless, that's how it's true now, because the blessings are already coming in now. And that's how it's true to come, because both are true here. It is now and to come, and the apostle says the same thing. That is now and to come. It's rightly dividing those things. That's the promise for a believer. True believer are the things to come also. Very important. If we didn't have that hope, there goes everything. It's hopeless without that truth. If that wasn't so, there wouldn't be any actual hope for anything to come after this life. So it's going to sound often that the things to come aren't important because there's something to focus right now that's more important than the things to come, because the timing is not here yet. They can't get mixed up in the heart. The things to come can't become more important now than the things that must be done now to do the Father's will today, now. If that's important, more important than the things now, that means that the Father's will never be done now, which means that someone won't even be able to believe of the promise of things to come. They're going to be in death. That's how the harlot tricks all the people, through this very evil deception, is to get them to believe in things that have nothing to do with right now. It doesn't mean that they're false or not coming, as they would try to defend themselves and say that you're saying, when we're saying the exact opposite. We're saying that the things to come are coming and that you don't believe it. You're talking about yourself in religion. You talk about what you don't believe. It's not us who don't believe in the things to come, it's you. And you use that for justifying sin, for making that important and the only thing thought about, spoken of, so as to hide all the things that matter right now. How will someone ever believe if that's in their heart continually? They've been fooled, they've been bewitched, deceived. And nobody wants to believe they've been bewitched and heavily deceived. But that's the only way to come out of it, is to finally start seeing that that's exactly what happened. Completely happened perfectly. It was prophesied that the Father's people, a type and shadow of his people, but this is the teaching of his people. The old Jerusalem first, a type of the new Jerusalem. It's prophecy that they would be a slave to Egypt for, 400 years? Before they were even born, this prophecy went out. Before the beginning of the creation, this prophecy went out. How strong is that? And all the people that fit that prophecy couldn't stop it. But yet they're in rebellion, thinking they have free will. That is the point. He's proving to man that the rebellion is a delusion and doesn't work. That's the heart of it. That's what rebellion is. It's that real belief in the heart. It's rebellion. It's the denial of his sovereignty and that they were created and that nobody messes with the Creator and his power. And none of what he does is evil. He has only good intentions and does good. He doesn't do evil because these things are true. It's evil to people because they're still an enemy to all these truths. He's evil to people because they're still an enemy. The truth itself is not an enemy. And yet it becomes an enemy to those that are an enemy to it. But it's not an enemy. The truth is not wicked. It's not the enemy itself. The enemy is the truth's enemy. And the enemy's truth. It's the other way around too. This is the right down the middle, the enmity that we read of in Genesis from the beginning. This is that hard, draw line in the sand, hard, there's no middle. Enmity. Disagreement, strong hatred, they have nothing to do with each other. Believers are learning how to hate the wicked with a perfect hatred, and the wicked hate his people with a wicked hatred. They both hate each other. And they're two different hates completely. They don't have anything to do with each other. One is a masquerade, one is the true hate. It's why Messiah taught to hate mother, brother, father, sister, relatives, wife, everyone, and even your own self. Even our own self, he taught to hate. If someone doesn't hate all these and self, he cannot be my disciple, Messiah taught. That's how strong just that one word is. That's how one his word is. If that's being broken, only all his words being broken, and someone doesn't truly know him. They're still in sin. They're still in unbelief. They still haven't been forgiven as reality, because even though the Father has done the works from the foundation of the world, there is a reality and a process for them becoming true for man. And it's not becoming true for someone that doesn't believe yet, even though the works were finished from the foundation of the world. They were planned before the foundation of the world, and they were done, and the Father will set out to do this plan that will be good for all people, like we read. It means all. He's not partial. He's not leaving a few out or billions out and trillions out. But it's not all coming together to that perfect end right now. That's only a possibility for believers to be working this out now. There is no other way. His truth is hard. There's no incentive to want to do it from a carnal, worldly perspective, from the old man nature. There's no incentive to do it. There's no motive to do it. That's how hard and perfect is truth. That's why part of why it's so perfect and hard is because there is no motive or will or intention from the carnal mind and things of this world to do it, to do his will, to want to love truth. There is no reward. There's no incentive. Besides man not wanting to do any good, there's no reward also. It just makes it worse is what I'm trying to bring out. Makes it even worse to the natural man, the enmity, the hate. There's reward from the Father. They don't want that reward. That's not flesh rewards. Well, okay, now you have to accept the image of the true rewards. You have to give yourself gifts and receive it from others, which is death, bribes, toys that, someone worships and trusts in to save their soul. That's the point. That's the heart of it. You have to seek a kingdom now. You have to get food your own way. See how good you are at it. Have fun. You don't want to do my way. The Father says, I will let you have your own way. Now all the things that I give, you have to do the masquerade and the image of them and then think you're getting the real things when you're not. You're just getting the carnal, worldly thing, the thing that points to the spiritual. The image and shadow pointing to the true is the best that man gets. Those are his own works and things and worldly things. More lust and greed for whatever someone's wanting, that's their reward. Messiah said this is their reward. They have their reward. They want to be worshipped by men and seen as good. They have their reward. Truly, truly, he says, they have their reward. He's telling the truth, meaning they already got it. They wanted to do something for the intention of being worshipped and seen as good. They will get it by a certain amount, more or less. Everyone, each division, each king, bigger or smaller, they get it though. They get it. That's their reward. They wanted it. The Father gave it. You want it, you got it. That's how he's working. The believer has to start finding that out because we can actually ask for garbage things in the heart and to want he'll give it to us. There's something to fear. There's something to fear and watch out for not wanting and asking for anymore. This truth is incredible, so incredibly strong and perfect. It's unbelievable. And yet it must be believed. But it really is impossible with man. But with Elohim, all things are possible, and that's a struggle to believe also. At times more than others, harder than others, to believe that he will do the works in us, that he will make a way that we can't see about something. But yeah, it doesn't look like it though. First, it doesn't look like it when something is first being given. It looks pretty bad, and it makes self want to go crazy and blow up and start falsely accusing the Father of some kind of evil that he's not really doing, but it looks like it to us. Start looking like he's doing that evil, the same wickedness that the whole world has always done, the same wickedness that believers have always done in the past. That's how easy it is to start condemning the Father that he's doing. It's all us. It's all self. There's no one else to blame. If someone wants to blame, they're going to have the judgment out of Adam and Eve, and they're going to have to deal with it. That's as good as it's going to get. That's death. It's condemnation. It's in a condemned condition. That it's the judgment / condemnation. It's a judgment. This is the judgment, Messiah said, that those who see may be made blind, and those who are blind may see, will see, be made to see. How is the blind being made to see? By acknowledging they're blind from the heart. It's finally lining up with what was always true, the Father's word, his truth, that we're blind. When it lines up with his truth, now the Father can heal us, can start healing some of that blinding and receiving the things that we need from him to further see and overcome sin. For more life, for life, to keep the commandments is life. It's a lamp to someone's feet, to a believer's feet. His law is a lamp, and his law is who the Father is. He's one. It's all one. The law is not apart from him, and he's not apart from his law. He's one with his word and law. He is the law. He is the creator. He is the judgments. He is the righteousness. He is all these things. That's who he is. So if one thing that's of him truly is cast away, they're casting away everything, because it's all one. If one law is broken, all are broken, because he's one. He gave the same command about this. He did this too. Don't steal, don't kill. Don't murder, don't steal. Don't commit adultery, don't have idolatry, don't have idols. The same Creator said, do not do this, also said, do not do that. That's why we read it. That's to be partial, which is wicked. It's to be partial, and someone will go blind for wanting to be partial because they want it. Well, they will get it. They just don't understand the price that needs to be paid for it. Then they'll complain bitterly in the condition they're in, but they wanted it. If they don't want death, turn around, repent. If you really do want life in the heart, repent. Turn around is the truth. Bring forth fruits of repentance that has some proof for repentance, like we read. Or else the axe is already waiting and laying there waiting to chop down every tree that does not produce good fruit. Because bad trees are only designed to be caught and destroyed. Because they're evil trees. They're no good. They don't produce anything good. It needs to die. Believers are needing to die to the old tree right now and become the tree of life right now. There is no harder way. There's no more difficult way in truth. This is the hardest way. There is no easy way. It's to start seeing the disgust of self for who and what self is, which will tempt us to condemn ourselves, which is what we're not supposed to be doing. But someone with not much sight in the moment, like I've had many times, start thinking falsely, start saying evil against your own soul and condemning self, which is unbelief, which will guarantee destruction further. So how stupid is it to condemn self? And yet, we can't be condemning self, and yet we can't be making an excuse for sin. Both are true. Where's the middle? Where's the line? Where's the narrow way on it for how to do it and not contradict? With man, it is impossible. With men, it is impossible. But with Elohim, all things are possible. Messiah knows the truth of this impossibility, but the Father can give it and gives it, and he will do it for those that believe and ask. Not all at once. So then it requires patience to receive more, to overcome more sin. It's his way. He's doing it. He determines how fast, how much. For every individual believer, that's how it's supposed to be. That's the only way it's supposed to be. Any other way, it's already false. It's already a darkness and a lie. It's already deception. It's already not knowing the Father at all. But even a newborn doesn't know anything in the beginning. They're just barely alive. But now they need to grow to become what they need to become. The kingdom of heaven is like a mustard seed that grows into a giant tree. The kingdom of heaven is all the things that Messiah taught. What is the kingdom of heaven like? Well, it's something like growing constantly. That means it won't be what it needs to be right away, which means that there's always opportunity for the devil to call something out. Always opportunity to call something out at any time because of what that looks like to them. And they see his grace as evil, as perversion. That's what we read and also is taught in his word, that man takes his good and word for perversion, and that to the filthy, to the unclean, to the impure, all things are impure. But the opposite is true for those seeking his truth. The opposite is becoming true. To the pure, all things are becoming pure. To the impure, all things are becoming impure, and more so worse. And the other is getting better, more pure, more impure. One of the two ways. No one's sitting in the middle, not doing anything. They're getting worse or better, one of the two. Father doesn't allow a lukewarm thing to actually stand. And what not standing means is that someone's heart is actually getting more corrupt. It's moving, it's getting worse. He has to show his judgments and hate for sin, and how part of how he shows it so hugely is the fact that it's moving and getting worse. More sin equals more judgment. He hates more sin than less sin. He hates 100 sins more than he hates a sin done at level 100 versus the same sin done at 1. 100 is worse. He has to show that it's worse. He hates it. It's not better. It's not justifier. Two wrongs do not equal a good or right in his truth. Only to the world does two wrongs equal a right. Two negatives and wicked things equal a good thing. Yeah, that's what the world believes. They believe the image, and it looks real. It looks like that's true. It looks like that can be true so often. It's not. The world already worships that image. It looks real in someone's actual heart. That's the only thing that they can understand and see. It looks real to someone in a delusion. That's the point. It's not some word. It really looks like that. From man's heart, it looks like that. Within himself, it looks like that. That's what it is inside his heart going on there. If that truth isn't given, it will always look like that to that person that's not receiving the truth for how to live this impossible thing right in between two contradictions. How do you live this thing? How do you not contradict? How do you not be a hypocrite? There is no way for the unbelievers. There's no way. There is no way to overcome sin apart from belief in the true Creator and Messiah. It's not given anywhere else. He makes sure of it. He's got authority for all that. He will not bless some idol and some false god. It doesn't actually have any power, but it's just made to look like it has power through lying wonders and the sorcery of the devil. It doesn't actually have power. The Father's the one in control, doing everything and determining everything. He has the power. God's false idols don't have actual power of themselves. They're just made to look like they do. And it really does look like they do. That's what's so damnable and deceiving. That's why the whole world's deceived. It's so strong of an image. Who can calculate the number of the beast, and who can war with the beast? No one, except Messiah in us, except the Father and Messiah in us. But we have this question because the answer is no one. Rhetorical question. Who can war with the beast? No one. And yet there's a way. The Lamb can open the seals. It's not looking good. This is not good. John is saying and seeing, this is hurting him. This is offensive. It's tribulation. It's enmity. It's confusion. It's hatred for his truth and not seeing what the truth. Who can open the seals? Well, Messiah can, the Lamb can, like we read. There's the answer. We can't do it. The world won't do it, and it won't do it for us. Messiah said, without me, you can do nothing. I chose you to produce and go and produce good fruit. Anyone that's not abiding in him can do nothing of themselves. Just like he abided in the Father, now we have to abide in Messiah. To bear fruit, to do good, to do actual good, the Father's works. Or else, like the picture and parable, if something's disconnected, what happens the very moment it's disconnected? It's withering and dying. The very second it's cut off, it's already dying. If it wasn't so, then how does it get from point A to point B and point A to point Z? If it takes 5 days to go to point A, from point A to point Z, and someone says, no, it's not dead and dying the very second it's cut off. They just called good evil and evil good and teach someone to sin and justify their sins. And they're teaching someone to sin. That doctrine that's saying it's not dead and dying the moment it gets cut off instantly, that doctrine is teaching sin if they say that with their heart, that it's not dead and dying already the moment and second it's cut off. And they won't be able to answer the question how a branch gets from point A to point B. Make up the number, who cares? 5 days, 10 days. If it gets to point B, well, how about the last? If it gets to point Z at some point for real, that means it had to move in that direction. It didn't sit and do nothing for 10 minutes, and then what? It starts again? It's nonsense. The very second it's cut off, it's dying, starting to slowly wither, so then he's able to regraft. He's able to regraft the branches to that natural olive tree. But some were broken off so that new ones could be grafted in. New peoples, the Gentile sinners, given over to the nations because his own people were so prideful and no different or better than anyone else, the natural people of Jerusalem. He would only call a very few of them from that point forward, from Messiah forward. It would mostly be Gentiles that were, Gentiles. But of course, this is a spiritual meaning now, but everything became spiritual in Messiah. But this is what we read. This is the truth. They would be blinded for that time until the end. They would be partially blinded until the end. That means very few will be called that are of that first thing, that natural thing of that old Jerusalem. But the apostle is saying he didn't do away with all of it. I'm a Hebrew. I'm from the tribe of Benjamin. He's the blood and from the stock of that tribe. I think it's Benjamin. He was a Hebrew. He was an actual Hebrew, blood Hebrew, from from the first Jerusalem, the first father's people of Jerusalem, of the Hebrews. So he was still, he's saying he didn't do away with all. And that doesn't sound good either, because it sounds like maybe he's going to do away with most, though, forever. And that's not true either. It's just that he's not calling many of them, and he's been calling Gentiles mostly from that time forward. The other people had their day, they had their time. It needed to be shown and proven that they were no different than any other nation, for all of our benefit and for all our admission, used as an example for those that believe in Messiah, because there was no reality yet in Messiah before Messiah died and was resurrected, murdered and resurrected. There was no reality or light in Messiah before Messiah. It was types and shadows. It was shadows on a good day. Shadows and darkness, types which are shadows, and they point to the real thing, just like a person standing in the light that casts a shadow, which is reminding me now of a lyric that I looked at, lyrics of what this world is producing, which is only death. It's astonishing how dark and evil it always is, because they're in darkness that pump out this kind of stuff, because they're stage acting hypocrites in truth that have no clue what they're really doing. They make it look like they have wisdom, but there's no actual wisdom in their heart and sight. They're in destruction, heavy destruction, unimaginable destruction, because it can get worse. And if you have millions of worshipers, it's worse. It must be very bad. And there is something to pity how bad it is. Nevertheless, we can't have pity on evil. We can't have pity on Father's judgments. They must be carried out for what a man works and does. So now there's a finding to love his truth, to not speak the truth and shut up now in fear of what someone will think of us, and also not hating them and not murdering them and condemning them, finding that narrow, perfect way and will to live and walk right down the middle of these two impossible things. The sword is two sides. There's always two sides to every word. If his sword is the word and the word is a sword, every word has two sides in his word. Those things have to be found out and given. They have to be sought after, or else we'll never have if we don't ask and believe. Believe through asking. Nobody who doesn't believe asks for real. And anybody who's never asked from the heart doesn't believe yet either. Once again, all or nothing. Belief and asking is one, but you speak of one thing at a time, one aspect, one detail of something at a time. Not just and just vomit everything out and it's all mixed up in one thing. Just vomit. Someone ate 10 different foods, but then when they vomit, it's all one thing. It's all one nasty pile, and it's impossible. How do you discern the difference? Where did it begin? Where did it end? The sin. Whose fault is it? Who do we blame? It's the moment someone blames one thing in the puke, it looks like they're blaming this one over there too. And the one that's over there that got blamed, he's blaming everyone else. And when that person blames the other in that puke, it looks like those three are being blamed while he's being blamed, while someone else is being blamed. This is what this world is. It's a trap. This is what sin and darkness is. It's this foolish and contradicting and stupid. There's no life in it. There's no hope in it. It's that bad. Who wants that? Someone should want to come out of that. That would be good for us. That would be good for them. It would be good for anyone that wants to come out of that wicked puke. It's all digested and becomes one thing. And it's wretched, foul, and miserable, and it stinks. There's nothing good about it. That puke has to just be thrown out and burned up. That's the best that can happen. That's the good thing to happen, is just utterly destroy it. And finally start eating good foods that are from the Father and not the world's doctrines and wicked food and lustful, deceitful food. Messiah says he has food that no one knows about. How prideful does he sound? I have food to give that share and that no one knows about, he said. They can read it. Anybody can read it. He's got food that no one else knows about. He's telling the truth. No one else at the time around him knew about it. This is still true for a believer this day. It's just that now there's a few believers in this world, but it's everyone else in and of the world that's around doesn't believe it or see it. So it's still true. Somehow extra true because Messiah was the only believer in all the earth, the true one, the only true one for that time. He didn't have any companion or brother to support or fellowship with. No one, none. It's as alone as it can be besides the Father, which is his everything. It's the only way someone would be able to do it without going insane and destroying themselves. From how incredibly dark, and lonely that would be, because that's what everyone's condition is that don't know him. It isn't bearable, it's unbearable. Doing more sin proves it's unbearable. Not what someone thinks for proof of unbearable. Doing more sin proves someone cannot bear the things that they claim they can. I bear! Now that just reminded me of something else that I've heard song in the past, actually from that band. It happens to be from Metallica. Atlas, that's what it is. I'm not sure what Atlas. Atlas, I think is I think it's an idol, if I'm remembering right. I don't know. I think it's an idol. It's that image that's been popular for who knows how long. It goes back, for a long time. That globe earth on the back of his back. No one can bear the whole entire delusional. It's not a globe, first of all, but let's say it represents the world. Okay, that part of it's true. It's no globe. No one can bear the whole entire weight of the world on their shoulders and their back. How righteous and self-righteous and prideful does someone think they are? How far have they fallen to think that they're that strong? How is that not implying that they're God, that they're gods? Only a God could carry that impossible weight, right? Isn't that an implying of utter pride that it's a God? It doesn't bear anything. It's never bared a pound of weight, let alone the whole world for anybody else's good or for anyone else's sake. It's never done what Messiah did a day in its life. It's talking about the destruction and sin that it's in. That's the burden that's on it, that's unbearable, that's very heavy and unbearable for Cain, because it's a punishment. It's not supposed to be bearable. It takes that and applies righteousness to it. It says that it's following and carrying the stake, the burden that a believer needs to do just as Messiah did. Two separate things. It's claiming it's doing the truth. because of the image of carrying a burden. No, it needs to be rightly divided. It's not even remotely that, not even 1%. It's completely rightly divided, nothing to do with each other. There's different kinds of burdens in his word that we need to find out and learn. They need to be rightly divided. Different food. Can't mix the peas and the potatoes and then say it's potatoes, peas, or a mixed name. Put potatoes. That's it. The mix of potatoes and peas is potatoes. Potatoes, instead of potatoes, potatoes. Or say, that's a lie. Saying it's potatoes is a lie. Saying it's peas is a lie. All of it's a lie. Someone would say, well, how is it calling it potatoes? How is that a lie? Because it created its own mutation and thing. It's not truth. That was never the truth. The truth was peas come from the Father and the potatoes come from the Father, and he names them one thing and the other. This is the truth, this is the good, this is the only thing that exists. Then the delusion gets delusional and comes in and mixes them together. That's the very moment that now that's a lie, because they're mixed. The very moment they're mixed and allowed to be mixed and called mixed, and someone mixes it, instantly that's a lie now, because that wasn't the truth. They were rightly divided truths. The moment they're mixed, it's a lie. It doesn't matter what it's called afterwards now, potatoes. But that's speaking the truth. They're a mixed. How is potatoes a lie? Man, how is it deceiving? How strong is the deception? It looks strongly like the world, the things it says is true. It looks strongly, whatever someone has been deceived into believe, it looks strongly like it could be true. It really looks like that it's peas and potatoes is the truth, but it's not. If the very substance is false when it's mixed, how is the name thrown on top of it a second thing? How is that true? It's false also, because the substance is false. It's the heart of it. The name is just a name. It's not the real thing. It's just the name. The peas and potatoes are real. And when they're mixed, it became a lie. Now who cares what it's called? It's a lie because it's mixed. Done. Go away. Don't want to hear it. Don't teach lies. Don't say that this is truth now. Don't want to hear lies. And that's how this world works constantly. That's the devil's doctrine constantly. So Messiah has good food to share. Heavenly food, truth, with good intentions that produce life. When his commandments are believed and kept, they produce life. His intention is life. His intention is to give life and share the truth, is to want someone to believe and to have their sins forgiven, to see the Father's mercy and life for the first time in their life through belief. But now, what happens after someone's forgiven? Through true belief. The rest of the way needs to go on now. Keep going. Now we have to learn his way. Oh, I'm born. I'm done. I mean, see, anything that's a lie becomes a foolish, stupid thing. And it will teach to sin if that lie is taught and believed. So now we give a picture to how stupid this thing is. Here's how stupid it is spiritually. Here's how foolish it is spiritually to say, oh, we're done because I'm born now. It's like saying a newborn baby literally is done. It's like it's claiming it's got a crown on its head. It's already done and achieved everything. It's learned everything. It's overcame everything. It's so stupid and foolish and beyond hopeless for how dumb that is. A baby going, wah, 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 I'm a king. Where's your crown, king? Nothing. Yeah, I can do that, and someone else can do that too. But not very many people can receive the true reward and crown and do Messiah's works, the same works Messiah did, and be a true king. King never meant the pride that the world says and thinks and what we thought it was first, which is pride. It never meant what I thought it was first. Messiah is the king. That's why they had a problem with him being a king. It's why they were so offended with him being a king, because he is light exposing their sin, their darkness. He's a true king. They never saw a true king. Now that king is exposing the fraudulence of what a false king is and looks like. That makes someone tremble inside. You've got to get rid of it as fast as possible. It's exposing me. That's what happens in the heart. That's what someone thinks of real quick, instinctively, but the thoughts are there. It's working in the heart. It's pretty frightening how blind man can get, how blind we can get, how blind we already were. How much blinding is there to still uncover? I don't know. That's the part of fearing the Creator and just believing He'll do it. Such a narrow way, so perfect. It's hard to comprehend and meditate on and love and believe, to struggle. Struggle within. Man, all these names now are being reminded of. Why not? Why not connect something that's normally wicked or only used for evil with no good intention and use it for good? Why can't we do that? Do we not have the right to eat from all the different trees of the garden and do good with it? The good is the first thing. That the second thing, the evil, is the masquerading copy. It's the delusion. It's not real. It was never the first thing. It was never what's eternal. The Creator is eternal and no one else is. He only possesses this. And Him giving life and immortality to anyone is not destroying the truth that it's only Him. Can someone see that? It's not that hard to see once some light is shed. It's not stupid or contradicting. It's just seen through an understanding. But if someone's speaking that understanding and you just say the words real quick, if someone doesn't see where they're coming from and what they mean, it's going to look like a foolish contradiction when a believer speaks truth, because they don't see where they're coming from and what they're speaking about. The carnal mind will just instantly think naturally whatever comes to mind first and think its own thoughts for what something is and try to understand it. And whatever it comes up with is going to be false. I mean, that's pretty offensive. And I mean everything it comes up with is going to be false. That includes me too. If it's coming from the carnal mind, it's false. If it's coming from that old man Adam that needs to die, it's already false. Who can hear it? His word is hard. That's why we read who can hear it. And yet the Father doesn't require someone more than that they can actually do at any time, at any moment, or at the present time. There's nothing someone has to just go and do. They just put the whole entire globe earth on someone's shoulders. Now you got to go and worship us and work for us. We require everything of you. Everything that can be required, we require of you. That's who and what this wicked, merciless world is, that likes putting people in debt because it's in debt to sin. And this debt, well, it's just manifested. It's not the meaning of debt. But this debt is also evil. This literal debt is a manifestation of what's happening spiritually within. There would be no debt like that if the whole world was the kingdom of heaven doing the Father's good works. There would be no literal debt. It just would work out so that it would be blessed. It would not be that. But that's not what this world is. If someone gets out of literal debt and that's their understanding of debt, they say the carnal, lowly thing is the understanding, the image is the truth. That means they're never going to actually come out of debt because they don't know what sin debt is, coming out of sin and being a debtor to sin. See, so that it doesn't mean the evil natural death is not wicked or has some kind of place and importance. It's just that the heavenly thing is so far above it. If it's not ever done, that means someone will still be in death while they're out of literal debt. It doesn't prove anything to be out of literal debt for anyone. And there's people out there that are. Well, are they? Because, I mean, every time someone makes more, they are always spending it. It doesn't matter. Yeah, there probably are some that maybe somehow don't go back into massive debt because they made millions of dollars. I don't know what they're doing, every single one of them. The point is they're still in debt because of sin debt. They're still in debt and a slave to it, a slave driver to it, because there's no way out of Egypt apart from who? The Creator taking them out of Egypt. You would think people could get out themselves, wouldn't you? Doesn't it make people look stupid to not be able to get out? What does that prove? It proves how deceitful man's heart is and how weak he is, how worthless, that he can't do anything. He can't even come out of Egypt's slavery if he wanted to. Why do we read the Creator pulls them out of Egypt? If it didn't mean something incredibly important, as if man could already do it on himself, by himself that is, why are we reading about the Creator pulling them out of Egypt and bondage? Slavery to sin is what it's meaning. And every detail of it in His Word is in His Word. Why are we reading that if man can already do that? So now man in his pride thinks he can already do that. Now he calls the Creator a fool and tries to make the Creator look incredibly stupid and foolish. That's what he's trying to make him look like by implying and saying that he can get out himself. You can't say that without being blasphemous towards the Creator, whoever does this. Egypt and anybody in Egypt, if they believe they can come out themselves, they already hate the Creator and blasphemed against Him and are making Him look like a liar and a fool. Is making Him look like a liar and a fool. It's evil. It's blasphemy from the heart. It's pride. Pride is blasphemy. And blasphemy is pride. Lying is murder, and murder is lying. All one. Now, the oppression is still going on. That's why we read about it in His Word. The oppression is very real, and it's important to the Father what that is, and coming out of it is a very good thing, and being in it is a very bad thing, and He cares. That's why we have His Word, literally, because the oppression is still going on, no different than before, as far as still existing fully, and actually getting worse somehow. They found a way to make it worse. Man has found a way. He finds a way with faith always for evil. He's got all faith to do evil. Concerning evil, He's very wise, like we read. Concerning wisdom, they're wise, we read. This is a mockery while speaking a truth that it takes no wisdom to actually do evil. It's only looking like wisdom. See, they're wise to do evil. It's a mockery, speaking the truth against what that is. He's against it. It's not actual wisdom. They're good. Man is good at doing evil. He's wise concerning evil. But that's the world's, definition of wisdom. That's the worldly wisdom. Be right back. tribulation can make someone feel like they're going to pop and burst, and sin that needs to come out can make you feel like you're about to burst. And it's very easy to not judge it right. That is for believers now, speaking of. It's very easy to judge it falsely and not have right discernment and call it for something it isn't, which I've done. Who knows how many times. Need to not do it. Need to learn more not to do it and see it and not believe the lie and only the truth. Only whatever the Creator's truth is and not the lie. Whatever is a lie needs to be exposed so that it comes out, but it can feel like making you burst. Sin that needs to come out, and through the sin and evil that we fail in, the Father works out a good, but it's not going to feel good, but it's for a good purpose, and when it does finally get removed, then it's pretty nice. Then there's a reward, and it all worked out for a good purpose to get it out, because it was always there evil destroying us, and now we're being destroyed in a different way, which feels like destruction. How hard is it? Those wanting to escape that destruction of the old man, there is no way to do that. They're in a delusion. There's no escape from the judgment. How shall you escape the judgment, the condemnation, the judgment of Gehenna, of hell? How shall you escape, brood of vipers, serpent? How shall you escape the judgment of hell, of Gehenna? There is no escape. That's why Messiah said that. He knew that they were trying and thinking they could escape. Like everyone thinks first. There's no escape. Only death is the way. There's no escaping it. Okay, so not the Father's truth. What's the other way now? What's the alternative? What's the only other possibility if not the Father's truth? Oh, I'll escape his truth. Okay, someone's escaping the Father's will to do good through his way, his truth. What's the other way now? A way that's planned by the Father. They don't escape him. It's a punishment by him. It's from him too. They didn't escape him. It's a stupid technicality with words so often. Thinking if you say it a certain way, you escape judgment or make yourself look like you didn't do any sin to make someone else look guilty. Just change the words a little bit. It's still from him. It's still all him. It's his plan. It's his everything. He's the judge. He's in ownership of the creation and the false way also. The true way and the false way he's in control of. He's in charge of. He's planned it. Not going his way accomplishes a second purpose that's a little different from the first. Well, it's a lot different in the heart, everything, but it's a little different as far as how it works. It's still him. It's no escape. It's still actually fulfilling the Father's word and prophecy to a T, but through the evil, through all things evil, through all things, that trap that he created for judgment to go into the wide gateway is still all him. There's no escape. It's still him. No one escaped him because they're not in the truth and not doing his will for good. Now they're in the wide gateway for evil, for bad, for destruction, which is what he determined and did from the beginning for Adam and Eve to judge them. He's in charge of that. He determines the judgment, how much, how not much, how, when not, what the end of that way is, which is death. He's determining and making all those things to stand as true. No one ever escaped the end of that way as death. You know, if they were in unbelief their whole life, their end wasn't life, it was death. They waxed worse and worse, and the end of that way is death. It's something to fear properly. It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living Elohim. It's a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living Creator. Like we read, how much sorer punishment do you suppose someone deserves and will get for those that do what they did to Moses carnally, but the two with their heart towards Messiah, as considering him as an unclean common thing, just spitting on and crapping over and walking over? How much sorer punishment do you suppose, we read in Hebrews, will someone receive? It's not lesser, it's greater. It's exactly the opposite of what people think and say in the religion for this. It's the opposite of what they're saying. 180 perfectly. It got twisted like with every other word to justify sin. It got twisted badly, and a lie was spoken out of it and made that out to be a lie by corrupting his word, because they corrupted it and taught their own doctrine and their own things that their deceitful heart lusted after and already was, conforming his word to their heart, and not the heart conforming to his word. Molding his word into what their heart already is, which is deception and all evil, instead of being molded by the Creator, instead of our heart being changed and molded according to his word. See the two opposite things, and one is happening for all. So it's either one or the other. That's the judgment determined. Destruction for good or destruction for evil. Death for good, death for evil. Life for good, life for evil. How life for evil? Being alive in the beast, staying alive. For evil is destruction. He who saves his soul, he who keeps it alive, shall be destroying it. So there's life for destruction, and there's life for life. The death that we need to die in Messiah is for life, is to be raised up to live with him, like we read, as Messiah lived, so then all his people. And then the life in the beast is to actually die more and be destroyed and not have this true life given to those that want to save their life. That is the rebellion, is thinking that it can do its own thing, and it can't. The judgment and cursing comes anyways for wanting it to be their own way to escape his truth. He makes sure it happens harder on someone than it ever would as a believer. There is no promise of a burden that's not too much to bear for unbelief. He makes sure it's too much to bear for an unbeliever in sin, because they said that his burden is a sin and wicked and heavy, and that they can't bear it. Who hasn't said it, but this is man's excuse to not believe, to stay away from it, truth, and stay away from him. This is the excuse used. In its heart, it thinks its way is the Father's way is wicked, and that the burden is crazy and wicked. Remembering the parable of what Messiah said, because you said, I'm this hard, wicked man, Messiah's teaching in the parable. A hard, austere man, is that the word? Whatever the word is, not good. You say I'm hard and unjust and unrighteous and hard and wicked like this. Your reality becomes what you just called me falsely. That's what the judgment is, he says. They will become exactly what they claim to hate and try to run from. It will become sevenfold in them from what it would have been if they only believed and didn't run from it. He doesn't allow anyone to mock or blaspheme him. None. Whatever the yoke and burden would be as a believer along the way, that there needs to be some, but he doesn't give too much along the way as a promise for his people. Whatever that they were afraid of, that little bit in the beginning, just a little bit to start with, and they called evil and unbearable, so that they can continue in unbelief and not have anything to do with righteousness and good, and only seek self-gain. Because they do that, the Father will make sure their burden will be so incredibly heavy, like it never would have been if they believed, over an entire person's life. And I'm convinced in my mind that this specific burden, that's not too much, over a whole entire believer's belief, that's just a few days worth of the wicked at the end of their life. Meaning it's many times over the burden that it would have been if they only believed. For trying to escape the burden, they get a burden that they never would have gotten on such a heavy degree if they believed and didn't call that tiny burden in the beginning sin and wicked. And this is how he works with all other truths and angles with this thing, with this truth. Something else a little different is being spoken of. It works exactly the same way, spiritually working. That's why Messiah is teaching in that parable this, because to understand one parable, a little is to understand all a little, and to understand one a lot is to understand all a lot. And it applies to everything across the board that it applies to. And then that little grows into more, but it's applying to everything. And that's just one example about, that if someone's heart wants, the reward now and riches because they don't want the true riches, the Father does fill them up with that, and they never get the true riches that they actually wanted, or that they made themselves look like they want. See, they get the false thing, they get the fake thing. That's their reward. That's how the Father does it. Here's the fake thing as a reward. You don't want the true. You only acted like you want the true. Now you don't want the true, he says. You want that carnal wickedness in the heart. You want to pervert his word and sell and make profit out of his word and all these things. Sow spiritual wicked seed to the ministry for more money. That's exactly what you'll get. A man reaps what he sows. How simple and how powerful at the same time. He reaps what he sows. He sows corruption. Whatever that detail looks like, he reaps the same back. It's a promise. It's a promise. It's for everyone, even believers, so we can be sure that whatever we sow, it's coming back. If we sow destruction, it's coming back according to that measure. If it's 5% destruction, it's coming back 5%. If it was a minor sin, it's coming back as a minor sin, judgment back. If someone stole, then someone will be stolen from. Someone murdered, then they will be murdered. Their life will be taken. It's coming back on their soul, however it went out to others, let alone literally. It's coming back to their soul first, however it went out to others. So whatever it thinks falsely of who the Father is, the Father makes sure that we believe it and that the reality is that. Wow, that is frightening. That is smoke coming out of the head because it's pressed against with still enmity that needs to come out for hating the flesh, hating this truth, and yet seeing enough that not wanting to go that way, and it's a trap. Then it's going to be that. And you see that it can only be that, and destruction and wrath and hopelessness and fear and rage and hatred towards the Creator, just completely losing it. Start fearing that that's all it can be if we go in that direction. Start seeing his truth and believing that that's the only way then, if not forward and in his truth, backwards, and that wide gateway of destruction and wrath is all that it can be then. That's what it will be. So what a hard thing to not ever think falsely that the Father is something, because if we do and want that to be true anywhere in the heart secretly, he gives it so that someone believes their lie, and they will believe that thing against the Father, and their life will become the thing that they act like they hate. And that's the thing they'll do to others the most, the thing they pretend to hate. They'll go do that to others now. They claim to hate liars. They're going to lie to everyone now. Father proves it utterly to the skunks that is man, that he's a wretched, lying liar, that he never actually believed in his heart. He was tested and proven a liar by the Father for all. He will not let someone say something that's false and have it stand. It's going to be proven and come back that that person is a liar and a hypocrite through all these works and judgments. Someone says, I'm not a liar. He's going to prove that that person's a liar. That's all that person's going to go and literally do the next few days is lie to people. He's going to pour out his folly that he's a liar, that he's lying when he says he hates liars, because he's doing it in real time every day without any repentance. How could he actually hate lies and sin that's lying? How could he hate it from his heart if that's all he does? So either that's happening to someone and they're getting worse and worse and proven a liar and doing the destruction they claim to hate more and more, getting utterly trapped until they suicide away spiritually and maybe literally, or entering into life and becoming more and more of the truth and believing who the Father is more and more, and therefore blessed with it being able to become the reality of his truth because we believe the truth about who he is. Then he will make that way and reality come true for believing it. That's how important it is to believe the truth and true teachings and truth about who he is and truth about everything. That's how important that lies destroy, and they're dangerous and will destroy someone. incredibly important to not believe lying teachings and deceptions and evils and blasphemies against who the Father is. One lie is all someone has to do craftily to destroy someone and get them to be more and more destroyed and deceived and easier to control. The more destroyed someone is, the easier they are to control, because they've gone blinder and the oppression is greater. That means somebody will be able to slave at them. They will be able to slave them away as a punishment. And the one slaving away as the master is being punished also. That's why he's being the master, a wicked master in wrath. That's his reward, is to try to control others all his life. That's his reward. But the one that's a slave will think that the master is never getting what he deserves. And the master that's wicked towards its servant will think that the servant never gets what it deserves, no matter how much wickedness it does to it. It can't be content with how much evil it does to someone. Both ways are guilty and can never be content. Both sides are guilty and can never be content. There is no good or bad. There is no good guy or bad guy, that is. There is no Republican or Democrat. They're all guilty of the same sins and all hypocrisy. No one can hear it. Save a few. No one can hear it, save a few. And even they didn't hear it first. It's got to be given. Didn't get it from self. Didn't ever want that or seek it. Nobody sought after the Father. He seeks out people. He is the one that seeks, like Messiah says. The Father is seeking such to do this, to do that. The Father is seeking such to do his good works. He's the seeker. He loved his people first, like we read. It wasn't the other way around. Nobody loved him first. Can't be both. Can't the harlot see that it can't be both? If man loved the Creator first, for real from his heart first, then the Creator never loved them first, and they call his word a lie. See how they're trapped? They can't mess with his word. They just don't have anyone that speaks truth on it in there, so it only looks like they can mess with his word, but it's not happening in reality. They're being judged and taken down. They're being proven contradicting liars and a slave and hypocrite to their own sin every day. Everyone that's against him is being proven that. It's just the world doesn't see it at all, none. So that's a tribulation to know and see that the world doesn't see this great proof. Because you could see that the world will never agree with it or believe it. What a tribulation that is. To know that someone's always thinking falsely against you, and that's what they walk away believing about you to the death, to their death. It's incredible. Oh, we got an update for you. Cool. Always updates, always changing. Man. His way is full of smoke and fire, whether for someone's destruction outside of his way or for their destruction inside his way. Whether the old man's being destroyed and smoking from his crazy, hard truth. Blow the horn to that. A struggle, a tribulation, or being destroyed in Gehenna fire, the other judgment right now for unbelievers in the hell, being destroyed body and soul in Gehenna, in that destruction, in that fire that cannot be quenched and stopped. No one's going to quench it. He doesn't allow it to be quenched. It must burn. But man doesn't understand that it's on fire because of his own sins fueling it. If he would repent, if he would seek the Creator in his way, that sin wouldn't fuel the fire that they burn themselves. We burn our own selves. It is his judgment, but we are doing it. We are bringing on the fire and judgment, therefore doing it in that kind of way. But even though it's a judgment, every man does it for himself. That's a hard truth to accept. No, it's not some kind of wicked escapist like they try to do with the doctrine of hell and escape and say that God's not doing anything. That's how they have to do that foolishness. No, the Creator is in control in this judgment. And we are saying that he is the one making the fire burn. Not saying he's not doing it and trying to save God's image because of how evil hell looks and how evil it really is. The Father doesn't need me to save the Creator and save his image. Nevertheless, speaking truth about him is the image of saving his image. Someone can see it. It is standing up for him, but I'm not doing that out of some kind of wicked pride. No one's doing that in reality. He doesn't need anything from anyone. He doesn't need anyone to stand up for him. Nevertheless, his people do stand up for his truth, which stands up for him. But it's not doing that wicked work in the heart of, we're so ashamed of our doctrine that we have to take it off of God and say he doesn't send anyone to hell. People do, sinners do. See how close these two things look? What I just said and what they always say. And they have nothing to do with each other, even though they look so close to the same. They're even the same very words. How's someone going to be able to believe what I said when they're the exact same words that they say? How can't someone see that all this time it was the devil's masquerade, what they're doing with those same words? It wasn't the truth. So that's frustrating and needs to be overcome also, is knowing this truth and seeing how it's working and seeing that it's always going to be like that with the enemy, always being able to do that against him, always watching man blaspheme the Creator and his word and truth constantly. Watching the pride steam up in pride and watching the delusion go into stronger judgment in real time is not an easy thing to watch and see. No, it's not. It's not easy to watch self at any time. But we need to check self and be without partiality. And to check self and not deceive self. And to test self, deny self, check with the Creator, with the Father, what we're doing. Just goofing on and off in sin is a lot more comfortable and easy. No doubt. No doubt that's true. Just give me some kind of comfort food spiritually and let me just have a party. This is horrible. This is a nightmare. His truth. We don't want your truth. That's wicked. It's a nightmare. What reward does any true believer in the world get for speaking his truth? Can't the wicked enemy see that they're not getting anything from this world to speak his truth, this truth? That the only thing it can do is make people hate you more? So why would someone do what absolutely makes them hated by all, even more and more and more, because of them hating the truth? Who would do that? And for no worldly reward. No worldly gain, none. The opposite, only pain, only more hate. Condemned as a wicked with the wicked, like Messiah is. That's what happens for his people. Who would do all that? Don't they see the works, or do they not even look at that without partiality? Can't they see the works are proving his truth? That the few in this world, wherever they are, that their works, the Father's works in them, are proving. They're leaving behind works that prove what they're saying, and everyone else is not leaving behind works. They're leaving behind works that prove they're liars, and everyone believes them because they lie. Because they're people that believe the lie are in a lie also. They can't be exposed. They want lies. How long will you love worthlessness? Oh, finally I said the word. Hasn't even come to mind all this whole time, except for the beginning, just a bit, if even that. How long will someone love worthlessness? How long will we love worthlessness? How long will self love whatever is worthless that needs to go away and die? Whatever it may be. Father calls the wicked man a worthless wicked man. Messiah teaches the same. A worthless, unprofitable servant, wicked servant, unprofitable servant. Who wants to be told that? Well, everyone, really. Your works prove it. Yeah, that's something to fear too. To want the good, want the truth on that, to be called a good and faithful servant instead of a wicked and unfaithful, unprofitable servant that never did a single penny's worth for the kingdom of heaven. They did a lot of literal pennies worth for the kingdom of the devil, but they didn't make a penny for the kingdom of heaven in their whole life. Who wants to be called that? Unprofitable, lazy, wicked servant. Is Messiah doing evil for calling someone wicked? Those that do this, wicked, which is calling the whole world wicked, because anybody that does this and applies to this, that's what he's saying is wicked. Evil, no good. That's a fine line also, to speak the truth without doing any condemning in the heart. Boy, does it sound like it always, though, no matter what. The sacrifice of the image to share his truth. The sacrifice of self to share his truth, because the world's going to try to stop it and murder it. And if a believer has learned that you know in advance that that's what's happening and you do it anyways, it's basically marching to your own death and making certain of it. To do the Father's truth anyways, even though someone's condemned to death, like Messiah was. Yes, he speaks, even though he's dying on the stake, hanged on a tree, he still speaks the Father's word while he's dying on the stake. They're confused. Didn't they want him to die? Why do they look so utterly worthless and destroyed after they finally do it and he's hanging there? How come all the people in the crowds that had their part in that and wanted that with their heart, how come they're all looking very ultra destroyed? Why? Are they confused? Are they a little confused about what they did? Is the delusion too big and too strong for them to see? Isn't it for anyone, for everyone? It's too big, it's too strong. It's too big of a lie to own up to. It can't be that I'm false and actually of the devil while selling to everyone for decades that, we're believers, I'm a believer, sold it all, sold product. How impossible to believe then that self is actually completed the way of the devil in all death and destruction and darkness, and murdered thousands and millions of people with no regard for a single soul through all their lies. What a frightening thing that that's someone's finished work, and they die in that condition, somewhere deep inside, so condemned and lost and guilty for all the sin they've done. And they still have to masquerade one last time before their last breath, all the way to the death, being a liar and an image maker. Makes me sweat and smoke spiritually. There's nothing to take pleasure in this, for this happening to people. There's nothing to be happy and joyful about that, and rejoice like the wicked rejoice when they think they've destroyed the righteous. And the two prophets, that two lampstands that tormented them day and night. When it looks like they died, everyone's rejoicing and sending gifts to each other and bribes and wickedness and rejoicing, thanking their wooden idols and gods that they finally destroyed these two wicked, unrighteous, monstrous lampstands and prophets. What great monsters. We finally took them out of the way like we took Messiah out of the way, that piece of shit. That piece of garbage that he is. That's what we believe and think about him. Oh, their day is coming for what they do. And it already came for all those that murdered Messiah. That day is coming for anyone that rejoices in a believer's destruction, so they think. And even if a believer has had a fall, The rejoicing of that work in the heart is ultra evil. But the Father will raise them back up. He won't forget. He says, come here, come to heaven. I didn't forget. And they rise from the dead. What great astonishment and freaky fear must that strike on the enemy when it sees the rising in this life, and that they didn't destroy his people. They tried to make an end of them on the earth, and it comes close at times. Makes someone sweat. Like we read in Psalm, they almost made an end of me. Father lets it get that close. Yeah, that's hard to love him for doing that. What else is there to say? Sell a lie, say it's easy. Father won't ever do this. Yeah, now I'm a liar. Now I'm wicked and want someone destroyed. That guarantees that they'll do sin if they believe that lie, that the Father never does this. They want me to lie to them? Well, they want people to lie to them, but we can't do it. Sorry, can't take those requests to lie to you. Then they call truth murder. They call the only good that there is from above wicked. John marvels and wonders, and so will every believer. More and more, because no one knew what that meant until it's fully fulfilled. I mean, piece by piece, learning what this marveling is. Oh, there's more to see. That's a promise. There's more to see that someone can literally not see the way they see right now. There's more. It doesn't matter that we can't comprehend how there's more. There's more. He'll give more for those that seek it. Truth needs to be given. That's a hard thing to still pray for more sight when we don't even want to see more as far as this freaky, deception, evil, destruction. It's so bad. It's like, please, no more. And yet, if we pray to not see more, that means we're praying to go into, the wide gateway and turn around and go in destruction and just walk away. That's what we would be praying for if we pray to not see any more from the heart. He will answer that if that's what someone really, really wants in their heart. Over and over, the Father will give it. That means they will believe their lie. That they wanted to believe. He gives it so that they believe a lie. That's how he gives the strong delusion, so that they believe a lie, so that they can be judged, so that the Father can show his judgments and power, contrast it with all other things. So he can show all these different things. So he can manifest and show his power to the Pharaoh and to the people, his mighty, strong judgments that no one can change or touch when they're determined. Pharaoh will let the people go, and it's going to be the Creator's way. But he makes it. How many times does he not let the people go? How many times are we going to experience in our life something that happens over and over and over again? They won't let you go. They won't stop sinning on you. They won't stop doing the same evil towards you. When will they let you go? When will they stop wanting you to sin and keep them under their slavery? Someone thinks that, this scripture isn't happening anymore? It's happening every day. It's just that the world has no sight for how it's happening every day. People are doing what we read in there. That's why we read it. And that's something that hit me recently, something about this that I did not see in this way. And now I know there's more to see on it. It's just more astonishing. This letting the people go is actually happening. It looks like something. That's what has to be given. What does it look like? What does it mean? That has to be given first to start seeing that, to see the proof that that word in there is true. It looks like something that Egypt and the wicked world doesn't want to let you go, doesn't want to let others go. It looks like something. It's working a certain way. But we have a picture, now the Father has to teach us what it really is in the heart and what it looks like spiritually. It's bad. It is so evil to want to oppress someone and make someone a slave to them. It is so sick and evil. You tell a man something about slavery and he's going to only do evil with it. He doesn't know what the Father's word means. No one does. It has to be received and given, sought after. So this also requires not being hasty to understand something quickly, because if we don't have it yet and someone is hasty, that means they're going to force an understanding on the word they don't have yet, which means that they will receive a lie. That means they'll believe falsely about that thing they're trying to figure out. So that's what hastiness will do. Without patience, it'll lead to another thing, because breaking patience and breaking do not be hasty. There needs to be a punishment and a judgment for that. There needs to be some belief for a believer to see, wow, that's what happens when I do this. His word is true, I better not do it. He's going to prove it. There needs to be some kind of negative consequence for not being patient and being hasty, which is, well, believing a lie is a punishment, because that believing lie can only lead to more sin if it's not purged out. It's going to lead to other things now to believe that lie. Now you work according to that lie, other things and sins that matches the lie, and it can keep growing unless it's all cut out. It'll keep getting worse unless it's purged out. That's why we read, purge out the old leaven. Be unleavened bread in Messiah, be unleavened. Don't swell up in sin. It's going to grow till it's fully lumped, complete. It's prophecy, so it's designed to do that. But woe is the one through who it comes, like Messiah taught. What did they think that means? That's why they never speak on Messiah's words. I mean, sure, they read, they'll read it at times, read through it, but they never speak on it. They never speak on Messiah. They just stay away from it. And if they do speak on something, they massive lies about it, contradictions. That's why Messiah is teaching this thing. It's huge, it's powerful, it's big, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. What we believe is a big deal. I need to see it better myself, believe it better myself. If someone really believes in their heart that they're not going to make it, then they won't. It's pretty frightening. The Father will make sure they won't make it, because that's what they want to believe. That's their reality. It becomes that reality that they believe. Because that's breaking having faith in the Father that He's going to do all things. We're not supposed to trust ourselves or trust anyone else to do the works. And I'm seeing this better, and that means I also see better how many times I've failed at. And shamefully so. Hate it that it's true. Can't prove the Creator wrong, though. It's already over. He already proved me wrong a long time ago. Continues to. About things I don't know yet, then He continues to prove I was wrong until more understanding comes on that thing. It's a lot of mercy and patience He had on any true believer throughout the years, and then finally they start seeing that all this time they were condemning themselves. It's a lot of patience He had to get us to where we are right now, to where someone's at, and not condemn us, and still in His way, knowing about that sin that's still being done and seeing it and hating it, and yet in a way looking past it, forgiving it, until the proper time where, okay, now judgment needs to come on this because more sight is given. Now you need to learn this and figure this thing out and seek the truth from Him and figure it out now. Now it's no more time of, just sort of looking the other way out of forgiveness. So that we have to be patient on other believers too, the same exact way the Father is towards all His people. Knowing that someone's not perfected yet and that sin is just inevitable along the way, forgiving it, knowing that that's part of the way, which is showing what love is, which reveals what love is to not condemn someone even though they sinned, made a mistake or whatever. And at the same time, that sin needs to be corrected and seen and repented of also. At some point, it needs to be overcome and seen. Smoke. Smoke for how perfect his word is. Smoke. The devil who deceived them was cast into the lake of fire. It's not Gehenna fire now. The last verse here. Lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast, how could he, look at this, who deceived them was cast. So imagine being cast into it as a picture. Casting into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are. And they will be tormented day and night forever and ever. I just saw that now about this thing about the was and is I didn't see in there. Seeing more of the was and is in his word. And with this very verse. It's right in there. It's the was and is at the same time as in this verse right here alone, let alone anywhere else. It's teaching the was and is one. How could he be cast into lake of fire where he already was? Where the false prophet are currently, the present already. They already are there. How could this be? It's one. Being cast is teaching and showing us, for when someone learns what these words mean and more learning of what these mean, what it means to be cast into the lake of fire, to see what that means. But this is also true, that the beast and false prophet are. They already are there. They already are there. See, it is in there and it's still coming. It's going to be cast into it, and it already is. It's all one, the prophecy. Now the lake of fire and brimstone is the lake of fire judgment, and the brimstone is the sulfur that with the fire cleanses and purifies the heart. Only through fire, only through burning, which is difficult, which is hot, which makes someone smoke. So a believer should know that they should be smoking. Just as long as it's not the smoke that is of the wicked, which is to be smoking day and night in the torment in the presence of the Lamb, not that smoke. See, there's a different smoke here. It's completely different. Everyone's smoking. Nobody is special in this kind of way out of pride. Everyone has to smoke. See, no one was ever pridefully special at any time over someone else. The Father doesn't allow it. It's a hard thing for a believer to come to grips with. That we were never better or special at all. It's the very thing that needs to die. Because that out of pride was always evil. It's happening to a believer just like an unbeliever. As far as the Father's being righteous judge, he's not reserving judgment. He's judging his people right now also, according to their works, without partiality. Kind of looks like he doesn't have any love, doesn't it? If it's not special, prideful thing for me, that means he's wicked and has no love, right? No, the special prideful thing is the wickedness and zero love. The no partiality is the true love. Who can see it? Who can see that as love? And that's acknowledging that I've had to be built up to this and still do. Still not there yet. Yes, there's enmity and still not there yet perfectly with that. With perfectly seeing that it's love and good. It's a hard thing to wrestle with to get there, to see that it's actually good. The knowledge has to be given further to see how it's so and true, why it's so and true. And then proof in the works. Proof in the world for works. To proof that the sin is sin and it's actually bad for someone and destroying them. The very thing we didn't believe first. So then knowledge, the wisdom, how it works, why it's working that way, and then needing to see the proof that those things are true by seeing someone's condition for doing the sin that we learned about. I'm sure all that makes sense to an unbeliever if they were listening, like a bunch of nonsense. That's how it appears. That way is evil nonsense and foolish contradictions is what they can claim. False prophets, that's one thing that they can't do among so many things. Well, they can't speak truth at any time, but they can't speak truthful about themselves ever. You can't. Not the real thing, not from the heart, and actually believing and understanding it. They can't speak about their own sin and wickedness without partiality, because they're still self-righteous. They don't believe they're sinners and wretched and miserable and no better than any other enemy out there. A believer has to come to belief and understand and believe that we're no better than anyone else, and that's as real as it gets. Well, there's a way to overcome sin and to be set apart and different than everyone else, but it wasn't our own doing. It wasn't our own self being better than others that did it. Messiah did the works, but they were the Father's works and not his own. They didn't believe that testimony and truth and proofs and works. They didn't believe that the Father was in him doing the works. They called him what they themselves are, crown of thorns. Heavy is the head wearing the, crown of thorns. Barbed wire. Which, sharp, basically thorns. Someone is saying they're the Messiah because they have millions of followers and worshipers. They're in such a strong destruction and self-pity that they believe they're the Messiah themselves. That's why they sing about it. Look at all the proof. Look at all the proof. Just through the pouring out of people's words and what they sing about. Tight is the crown of thorns around the head. What are they saying? Are they saying they're the Messiah being persecuted? They're saying that they're of Messiah? Well, Messiah warned that there's going to be many false prophets who say that they are Messiah. But who can see what that means? That it doesn't mean some carnal thing. I'm Messiah, I have come. There's people out there that literally do that, but that's not what it means. It's being done in the heart. Someone really thinks they are anti-Messiah. That's what they really are, but they're masquerading as Messiah. That himself as the one being persecuted for all the righteousness they do, for all the self-righteous wickedness they do. Very confused and deceived. Someone ready to go into a prison says that I came from the sky, that they are Christ themselves, that they're being thrown in a prison because of how righteous they are. Pity on the one that stole from someone. Pity on the one that was carrying a weapon and a gun. Yeah, they're Messiah, all right. See, the delusion has no limit. It masquerades as the true, acts like it's of Messiah and the true, acts like a believer, acts like it's in the tribulation because of all the good it does. It's talking only about the evil that they do to others, and it comes back on them because of all the evil that they do, and the death and condition they're in is because of all the sin and unbelief, not because of doing good for Messiah's namesake. That was never true for some enemy. What do they think, that a believer has zero light from the Father to see the difference? We can't see who they are, what they are doing. But they think no one can see them. Sickly, they're right about just about everyone, because no one in the world can see that's still blind. They just happen to be right. It's one of those things in a sick way. They didn't speak that out of truth. They will call a believer blind just like they will right next to an unbeliever, right in the same moment. They don't have any actual discernment. Just if we speak of evil, we're just going to happen to be right about everyone, because that's what everyone is. It doesn't take any wisdom or prophecy to do that. So there, within the mixed thing and what people say, there's going to be bits and pieces of truth in there, because that's how, sin works. It's mixed. But they don't know what they speak out of and why they speak it. It's just to make self look good. Darkness is tormented by those who are of the Father, with light tormented day and night, for the age of ages, to the age of ages. And they do even a literal corruption with this, with translation. It's corrupt on a base level. It's corrupt on a carnal level. This is completely wrong. I mean, but they really teach that this forever and ever is some literal wicked thing that goes on forever and ever and ever. Isn't the word behind this? Like they say, check the Strongs, look at the Strong. Oh, but now they can't do the same work with this verse and this word here, because it goes against their doctrine. They can't do this. They can only pick and choose to look at the Strongs and look at the original words. Let's look at it. Where is it? What's going on? Oh, tools, okay. Forever. Okay, so we have 3 different words. For is one word, ever is another, and ever. So ice. What is this?
Strong's G 1519. Ice. Ice.
Ice. So that's like the word for four in the Greek. Into, unto, towards, for, among. So yeah, this is a word used a bunch of times, tons of times. For, so something like for, but it doesn't have to be the word for. It could be something, some similar that carries the meaning forward. Then the ever here is
Strong's G 165. Ion. Ion.
So, ion is the root word. Here's the word in the actual text, but ion is the root word. So what is that? The inflected versus the root, which is something to know about, because there is something to it, because it's not this word in this case that's in the text. It's not aeon. It's this word right here that's actually in the text, but this word aeon is the root word of this word, and this word means age, time. Aeon. Anything that's coming out of that word cannot be greater than what that word is itself. If this doesn't mean forever, literally, then this word and anything that comes out of this word, because this is the root, it's the bottom, it's the root. It's how the Father's word works. It's got a root, a beginning, see? So it cannot be something different, so massively different than the root word. But now whatever this word is, a little different, but aeon is the root word within this word. This word has aeon as the root word also, the exact same root word, but it's slightly different in the text than this word. Something slightly different about it. So what is this first one? It says it's a masculine noun. This one's also a masculine noun. Where does it say if it's plural or not? Should be able to see it here, right? know I see that on my phone when I look, so where is it on the desktop? Man, what is this? I see in bold here, not forever, not always. So stupid, this world, contradicting its own self constantly. That's a sign that something's wrong with their doctrine. There's no such thing as contradictions. In reality, there's no spiritual wicked contradictions if something is true. It's a contradiction to say it means forever and then say it doesn't mean forever also. Which one is it? The fact that both are being spoken is proving something is wrong. It's a delusion. It's a lie. Whatever they're saying can't be the actual truth. It's not. Father doesn't contradict his own soul. His word is who he is. Doesn't contradict himself like a man does. Where on earth is that? What on earth is all this? Where does it say? Maybe I'm just not seeing it here, but I don't see it. On the phone, it tells you if it's, well, let's see, let's go. I have to click something else. No, this is just finding ever used. Oh, there. There it is. Okay, right in the obvious. Not so obvious when you're blind. It's plural.
Strong's G 165. Ion. Ion.
No, ion's the root word, but this word up there is saying it's a accusative plural, masculine plural. And that's for this ever. Now this and ever, same root word, slightly different word than this one in the text, but what is it? Genitive, plural, masculine. They're both plural. Is that not a little bit of a problem? How is forever plural? See, when you cover up a lie, more lies are down the line once the first lie is revealed. This is evidence and proof that something's wrong with what they do and say it with this forever and ever the way they mean it. These words are not even singular. Both of them are not. So they will try to make a point when someone goes against their doctrine maybe to say, oh, but look at the Greek. Look, it's not. Look at the Strong's. It's singular. It's not plural. And they try to use that to prove something, right? They use that to prove something at the proper time. But then they can't use their same thing for this, for their doctrine of hell and all the verses that say forever and ever. They don't ever look at it the same way without partiality. These are both plural words. If they had a little bit more honesty in it, it should at least say forevers and evers. Both of these are plural. They can check too. We just checked the same way they check stuff and talk about to do at times for certain things. They will be tormented day and night forevers and evers. Is that who the Father is, forevers and evers? That's stupid. It's so bad that they had to take the S, they couldn't make it plural. What on earth is a forevers? If forever means no end, what on earth is forevers? Multiple forevers? And evers? It's so strong, forevers and evers, that it just goes on forevers. There's a multiple forevers. It's not enough that it means no end already, and then it's said twice that it means no end twice. But it's forevers plural and evers plural. Twice plus plural, both of them. How much stronger is that? This is so foolish. Well, this is actually a good thing for those that love truth because this reveals a problem. It's utter proof that something's wrong at the very least. So something like to the
that word for was in there. They took that word out, right? Which you can do when it makes sense in English, but then they do it when it's convenient, because forever and ever, it wouldn't make sense to say to the or for forever and ever, forevers and evers. Let's see, how does that look again? Okay, they combined for and ever, I guess, forever, but it's a separate word, for. So, or like, what else can it be similar to? Unto, to. See, it could be, it's translated by the translators as 281 times. Unto, for, 140, in, on, toward, against. The biggest one, into. The same Greek words, all these as the root. The same root here is all these other, for, into, in, toward. So the moment they say, you can't say anything else except for, what do you mean we can't say anything else except for? Look at how it's translated in your King James or yourself and other translations. For, to, whatever makes more sense in English. You can do that without butchering that, whatever the true meaning is, as long as it's not changing the true meaning. To the ages of ages. To the ages of ages, for the ages of ages. It sounds a little bit like broken because it sometimes has to through translation. Sometimes there's no other way to say it without being broken. So if you're not literal in those cases, it's going to be ending up some kind of lie in a butchered translation at the very least. Sometimes it has to be translated more literally, or else it'll be broken like it is with forever and ever. But anyone in truth that knows the truth about this could read forever and ever, and it won't bother them. It won't offend them anymore because they see what forever and ever really means. But now we're speaking even literally at the base level, right at the starting of his word, that there's something wrong with this. They're not honest about the plural for some reason because, well, it sounds stupid. Because it's not forevers and forevers. What that means is insanely stupid. Multiple forevers times 2. Plural forevers times 2. See, that's what sin looks like. It becomes foolishness when it's rebellion and sin. It has to. Someone should know, a believer should be learning that if there's a lie anywhere, it can be proven and seen with evidence that's already left behind, because they're the blind. The blind don't see these things. They never see these things in truth. They leave behind works that they're lies. It can be proven if someone has sight given. It can't actually be hidden. It's only hidden because people are blind. It's not actually hidden. A little bit of light and someone will be able to see something. That's a lie. But as long as someone's blind, people can trick others and deceive them for their own gain, like false prophets do. They can trick and deceive people with this doctrine they create out of this forevers and forevers. They never tell any about it, that it should be forevers and forevers if you're going to use forever. To the age of ages. Yes, we can add something like of also in between these two words. That's done all the time because of translation. It sounds choppy and broken sometimes to not add one of those like continuing words or whatever it is. It's not adding to his word. Adding to his word doesn't mean just literally adding literal letters. It's the intention of the heart. The working of the heart, whether it's adding or removing. There's no intent to butcher or change his word by saying of in between these two words or something like that. Otherwise, it would be literally just 4 ages of ages, 2 ages of ages, which is still understandable. It's just a little more broken, like sounding. And I found other witnesses that don't have to do with forevers and evers in his word with translation, where sometimes it has to be translated literally to be accurate and not break the meaning. Most of the times it can be translated not so like word for word in the right order and super literal and still not break the meaning, but sometimes it can't. This is one of them that I see. Sacrifice what it sounds like a little bit for truth, wicked. Who cares what it sounds like a little bit in English? It's not broken in Greek. Do they at least know that? And whatever's in Hebrew is not broken in Hebrew. They should already know that it's going to sound like that at times, no matter how good the translation is, because it's a translation. It's just how it is. It's not translating over 100% everything in every detail the same way. Yet it is the same. I mean, you have the word in one language for tree, and it's a different word because it's a different language for speaking about the same tree. It's just a seriously confused world with 50,000 different ways to say the same thing. That's confusion. That's sin. That's why it's punished to have divided languages and spread out, which fulfills his will that there should be nations. Otherwise, how could there be nations without sin? How could there be divided nations that fulfills all kinds of other purposes of the Father that he has? If it wasn't for the sin and the judgment for sin that separates them, which creates nations. So that sin that man really did, the Father punished it and used his own punishment to work out some kind of good. It's who he is. That's what he does. That's what we're supposed to believe he can always do in our life, no matter how bad it looks. And I did say that I need to believe that better myself, without a doubt. Failed many times in it. And it's a pit to see what self is. It's not easy. There it is. I just looked at pit as I said it, and I wasn't trying. I literally, my eyes just hit that right now, and as I said pit, and I looked at it, said it right before I looked at it, just by a second. But I know how easy that could be, turned into a lie. It always can, as an example, someone could say, well, you're staring right at it. You saw it the whole time. Yeah, that could happen. That's what a false prophet would do. They would do something just like that. That's what they would do. Who can see the difference between the truth and the lie? Not many. That's how the Father works, though. One way we know it's real is that we didn't try. It's a very witness and a testimony that something happened that came from him. For anything that someone is given or happens that someone sees, a believer sees, one way we know is that we didn't try, and we know in our heart enough light to see, to be honest with self, that we didn't plan it, premeditate it, wasn't thinking about it, didn't try, and then boom, all of a sudden, prophecy works out. That's one way the believer can know, is that they know they didn't try to do that. I don't know how the Father does that so perfectly with huge things, meaningful things at the right, perfect time. And what they mean and imply for other things, it's just too much to comprehend. It's not comprehensible. The fullness of who he is not comprehensible by anyone. No one in the world knows the Father, so what they think and say of him for the last 2,000 years is all false and wicked. I'm still finding out every day, and I'm finding out how much falsehood and wickedness I would have thought for him being, not knowing any better, doing evil and falsely accusing. Believers have proof of what they really used to believe and do, but just looking back, honestly, with some light. Looking back with some light without lying to our own selves like we only ever did before. That's the problem. That's how self covers up its own sins. It lies to its own soul about what it did in the past, in the present, at the moment, always doing that, always covering up its sins. It doesn't want to look at them. It's what Adam and Eve does, covers up its nakedness. Now it means they're not naked. They're still naked. It's who and what they are. It's who and what everyone is. If there's a crap buried under something, some sand by a cat, it's still there. It's not actually covered. It just looks like it. So always rightly dividing between the image and the truth, the natural and the spiritual. It is covered, yet it isn't covered. How is it covered? It looks covered. How is it not covered? It's not actually covered in truth. It's still there and exists. It didn't disappear or go away or get covered or fixed. It's still there. And yet it is covered. See, so that's a contradiction with the letters constantly. It's a contradiction on the surface. Two different sides to the sword of his word, two different edges on the blade. Got to speak about both of them and rightly divide with that blade. Cut that carnal man right in half and feed him to the crows. The Father has prepared a feast for the prophets and the kings and the flesh of the prophets and kings that are so amazing, great, and wise. Look how well they run this world. Let the birds eat. Let them have a feast. Master, where? But where? Wherever the carcass is, there the vulture is. There the vulture eagle will be. That's where. Messiah answered truthfully. He's not being a smart ass or something evil, like that, in an evil way. Wherever the carcass is, that's where. That's a hardcore truth. That is offensive. He's speaking about people. Wherever the carcass is, dead thing is, that's where the eagle, that's where the vultures will be. Master, where? Where, Master? And the birds will gorge on their flesh. Don't we read this in Revelation and, yes, other places in his word? Isaiah, Jeremiah, wherever else it is, we read, the Father has prepared a sacrifice. Since the wicked do wicked sacrifice, the Father gives them back what they do as a judgment. They are the sacrifice now. He sacrifices them for a judgment. And he feeds them to the birds. Someone's flesh is getting destroyed, pecked up, man. They're wasting away. And the birds are foul spirits, and they're just being destroyed. To just give up their soul and deny themselves and believe the truth, follow the truth, they would receive life. But that is not the end of the truth right there. That's just the beginning of it, not the end. You receive life, you're done now. See, then the wicked take this evil and they can't see the truth. They say, just what? Just say some words. And then they mock it. They mock his truth. Just say some words. Yeah, that's what that evil should be mocked. But see, they're evil. They're taking it for evil because that's all they see is evil. No, that's not the truth. Oh, repent. It's done. Say some cheap words. That's not the truth. You say that's the truth. You thought of that. You did that. When are you going to acknowledge it? That's you. They try to say that's the Father. That's the Word. That's his truth. They try to say we say that. No. Hours and hours have been spent talking about what it is. And it's not that. It's not what they think right there. It's not that. Those aren't the Father's thoughts, what they just said and thought. Don't they believe that their thoughts are not the Father's thoughts? What they literally think of in their heart, that's not what the truth is. It's not who the Father is. They just only spoke out of the deceitfulness of its heart, the best it can do. They know not what they do. Now go and give the truth, freely give. Knowing that most won't believe and they'll hate you for doing so. Want you dead. Where's the incentive? from the world, that is, none. And if someone can't see the true blessings, it's empty. It's darkness. There's nothing. That word means nothing. It's dead to them still. It's just letters. You tell someone that still loves money fully in the heart, hasn't repented, that there is no way for that in his way, to lust after and chase and do it for that. And if you get the message across clearly, he's going to be very sorrowful and turn away and walk away from you sad, just like we read. That's how sad he is, that he would have to not seek and love those things in his heart. Start putting them away from his heart. What a hard thing. So Messiah says, see how impossible it is for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God, Elohim. Kingdom of heaven, kingdom of Elohim, one. See how hard it is. Some people try to say that the eye of a needle is as big as a tunnel. What on earth is that? Completely destroying Messiah's teaching and the point and meaning of it. It's there to exaggerate how impossible it is, how hard it is. That's why he says that. If someone says the eye of a needle means a tunnel, a giant gate for a kingdom to walk through, a big gaping hole. Because that's what they want it to be. Because they still love money and they used it to justify their love of money. It's easy for a camel to enter the kingdom. See, we just changed his word and blasphemed it. We just spoke the deceitfulness and doctrine of what our heart already is, which loves money. We made a way to make ourselves enter by changing and twisting and corrupting his word to make it a big gaping hole instead of the tiny thing that it really is, that a camel literally cannot fit through at all, not even close. Nobody ever did sewing back then. No one did sewing, not even back in Genesis, sewing up fig leaves. Nobody ever did sewing before. The eye of a needle means a gate. It means space. It's the black hole. That camel's just floating in space. Just going and getting sucked in some black hole. Sucked in by science. It's going through the black hole because science said so. Because Bill Nye, the science guy, said so. Isn't science cool? Don't I pour out my folly to the kids by acting like a retard because I'm in a delusion and don't believe in my heart the very things I'm doing and selling to you? It's why I act like an insane person, always clowning, never serious. Not that pretending to be serious is good, but there's a point to this. There's a discernment. Pretending's always evil, but science rules. What a deception and confusion. What a mixing. What a stirring of the pot. Witch's brew. Unleash the beast. It's insane how much that is also poured out by people and sung about. Man, it's sung about a lot. The beast, the appetite of the beast, the darkness, the shadow that always follows and chases and never goes away. Man, they're pouring out their whole life for who and what they are in the destruction, and somehow they're not acknowledging it with their heart. Somehow they're able to say the words here and there and not ever acknowledge it in the heart. How is that possible? Well, because that's who Adam and Eve is. They can say the words, I ate, I sinned, and yet they can't. That's pretty frightening. Who can come out of that delusion and strong judgment? Can a rock band come out of that? It's not my say ultimately for them personally, but can they? I know the Creator can do all things, but he does determine his truth. He's not going to break his truth. Once we learn his truth, that it's very rare, and that in a camel, it's impossible to go through the eye of a needle. I mean, far and few between. He can do all things, but most aren't coming out. They won't be able to. That makes us look like we don't want them to. See, we're set up to sacrifice our image and our self to look like fools and wicked and evil. The very precious thing that everyone loves, a believer is required to lay down piece by piece, not too much at once, but nevertheless it's required. See, so then there's no heavy weight and burden in this kind of way, because then it's just whatever someone can do for today, whatever the master is telling them to do for today, they can handle. Even if it's heavy for the day, he makes sure it's not too heavy to where it breaks someone for real. And it's very easy to confuse different burdens with this, different burdens that don't apply to this teaching. There's different kind of burdens that have to be carried. Messiah carries a burden, so there's different weights. It's a heaviness to carry around. What a hard way. What a narrow way and gate. What difficult. Everybody is trying to rape and press themselves in it with violence, like Messiah said. They want to just rape it and take it. It's real sick. And they're hopping fences, trying to go under, going around corners, trying to make their own door, and say that because they made their own door on the Father's fence and entered it, that, hey, I went through the door. Well, the Father's going to kick them out right away. He does not let anyone unclean enter. That which is unclean or filthy, he does not let anyone enter. It's got to be through his way, through belief, through repentance, through his actual covering, forgiveness and cover and sacrifice through Messiah. All the other doors represent everything outside of whatever his way looks like with the heart to go through him, through Messiah, through repentance. Every other door is just a false way that does not do the real repentance in the heart and real belief. How? How could so much of the world talk about faith even every day on radio stations for songs and never enter? How? That's impossible to me, and yet it's happening the most. It's impossible to me, and yet it's happening the most. How could they speak about God and the Creator every day and never know him, never enter the kingdom, never actually repent in the heart, never actually ask him from the heart anything from the heart, out of acknowledging not knowing? Because in order to ask, there needs to be an acknowledgement of not knowing. Otherwise, why ask of what someone knows already? How is that? That's never done. It's never done by the one that doesn't believe. They've never done it yet. If they did, they would believe. They would receive. It's a promise. If they really did that from the heart, they would believe. They would receive from him. That means they didn't if they don't know him. If all the evidence is saying someone's an unbeliever in darkness, all their works are dark, that means they never done that. They've never asked. They never asked anything from the heart. And if someone does ask, what do we read? They ask amiss, asking for your own self-gain and self-pleasure. That's not the things to ask for. Give me more money. I demand it. That's not the asking. Very often the Father does give someone more money when they want it so badly. They're asking for their destruction. No, they just don't believe it. They don't see it. It's deceitful. The deceitfulness of riches is going to pierce someone through with many sorrows. Their own sword goes through their gut like Saul. That's what happens to those that try to murder others and want to kill others and pierce them to the wall. They'll pierce themselves. Their own word goes against them. The sword is the word. Their own word pierces them. The word they claim they love is actually not real, and it pierces their own gut. Their own word that they say is good and that they love kills them. When's it all going to just be taken away, all of this mess? That takes a lot of patience. How much patience has the Father had for a few thousand years now? Must be some severe patience, because he wants it badly too. He's put himself in as the example first, before anyone else. He's already everything that he wants his people to be. Every day he's that. He's proving it every day. There's not a single thing that a believer is becoming and needing to become that the Father isn't going through right now with them, and already has been. How many false accusations does he get every day? When someone starts having a heart to care, these things are a big deal and they matter. It's pretty evil, the murder and false accusations, but to the dead it doesn't mean anything, because they're dead still. It's already dead. How can you get more dead? There's no love in death. There's no love in dead. People worship the dead. They praise the dead. They speak so highly of the dead when they hated them while they were alive. Make a nice, beautiful speech for the dead. All of a sudden, that's even a literal criminal that's done really bad things, horrible things, and everyone knows about it, and they speak well of him. And he's in heaven right now, looking down on everyone. Is that doctrine of going to heaven instantly because of people's inability to look at truth and accept the truth that someone is dead and they can't really believe that they're dead? It's understandable, but that's not going to do any good to anyone. Lies don't do good. They need to face the truth. That's what will do good for them. How will someone ever believe in the resurrection if they don't believe anyone ever actually dies? They're hurting them, they're destroying themselves, and they don't know it. They won't have any true hope by trying to manufacture it themselves and just make something up and say that someone's alive and make a false hope up and lie to self. But if someone wants their version and manufacturing of hope, they will get this false hope, which is actually hopelessness in their heart. It's not real hope. They could have had the real hope if they forfeit that garbage and just said, give me the truth. I don't know. I don't know what the truth is, but I want the truth. Seek it. Get it from him. They would have the true hope, but they want to manufacture their own righteousness and their own hope. Man. That's what man wants. Wants his own things to be his, under his name. And his name plastered everywhere and trophies everywhere. Look at the hard time the serial killer had. He's so righteous. He's smoking from all the righteousness. And he's killed 500 people. Someone's eventually got to see the difference between good and evil. Father hates those that kill killers. Sevenfold is the judgment. Avenged sevenfold. There it is. Avenged sevenfold. That's the judgment for killing a killer, murdering a murderer. Father hates it. He hates it with perfect hatred. It's an extra strong judgment to murder the murderer and say, I'm cleaning out the trash. Sevenfold the judgment on the head that does it. That's how much stronger he hates. It's not meaning he doesn't hate someone murdering. He hates that with the perfect hatred, one person murdering someone. But he does not accept and hates even more. It's even worse. sevenfold. The one that murders the murderer. That is not the answer. That is not the correct thing. That is not the answer. That is not someone taking out the trash. The Father does not love this and does not accept that. He hates that. Violently hates that. To bring out how much the hatred is. He's not violent and wicked. He violently hates that. He doesn't go around and murder now. Take out the trash. That's not who the Father is. He's a righteous judge. Now there needs to be seen the difference between someone that's not the Creator and someone that owns all things. It's his. He can do what he wants with them. He's a righteous judge nevertheless. He's in control of life and death itself. He has the right to make it the way it is, that the wages of sin is death. He's not a murderer. He never murdered anyone from his heart. That would be the devil, the god of this world. That was a liar and a murderer from the beginning, not the Creator. The devil's a false creator, a coward, and insecure beyond measure. He wants Messiah to pay homage and worship to him, offering up carnal kingdoms when Messiah's already tempted for that because of what? Well, it takes patience, doesn't it, to receive things now and the things to come that Messiah knows he is, that the Father promises. That's the trick, that's the trap, is instant reward right now, so that you don't get the real reward. It guarantees and promises that the real reward will never come if that false reward is sought after and received over and over again. Look at the kings of the world. What is it some great thing to be a king in this world? Some great high position? It's a nightmare. I don't see that a single average person would want to jump into their soul for even half a second. They would want to jump out screaming and raging. If they just had a contrast to their death versus these crazy people that are in deeper sin, leaders of the world, that death would be so strong it would make the other death look weak. And I'm convinced of it. Nobody would want to just instantly be that person. But see, over time, someone becomes hardened, and they're not building up for any kind of good way. They're building up for hardening and for more wickedness. It takes time to walk around with 10,000 pounds of sin and weight. See, someone just has 2,000 pounds, they jump into 10,000, then they'd be buckled. But that person got to 10,000 for a reason. He got there somehow over time. That's the best I can explain the judgment on it. Nobody would want to just jump into someone else's life, man. I know it. And there is a way to know this and see the truth on this without experiencing it full blown. Someone doesn't have to go and sin and fill up with sin. Like the Father cannot be mocked. If someone wants to try that real quick, and then I'll say, I'll be back. Let me fill up with all the sin, get the pleasure while I got it. See what it is so I have knowledge of what it's like, what that death is like. See, that's the knowledge they speak of. Zero knowledge, just death. Guess what? They won't be back if that's their plan. They won't be back. See ya. See you in the ages to come. You're a dead man. And I have to walk away from you, sadly. You're done. You're not coming back. Someone purposely does that. Goodbye. I'm going to go test sin for 30 years and come back, whenever I feel like it. I want to see what that is like. I got to see it for myself. Well, yeah, you do. You really do. Everyone does. That's the whole point. That is what the Father has to show everyone. Some are finding out right now. They hit bottom. They believed. You find out what that thing is. And the Father has mercy on some. Early first fruits. See, now for a believer, we can't go out and do that. So let me see what this is. I need knowledge on it. It's not knowledge, it's a trick. It's a death. It's death, and it's sold as knowledge. It's more blindness, more delusion, more stupidity, more people, even devils exposing their delusion and stupidities. The richer they get, the dumber they get, the more foolish they get, the more insane they get, the more of a clown they become, the more their ads and commercials start getting incredibly more wicked and even more sick and nonsense. Yeah, go experience the wisdom. That's some great wisdom. That's exactly what not to do. Wow, I can't believe the time already. Unbelievable. 5:41. Well, I might just be done here then. 4 hours shouldn't be, it should be long enough. There can't be any intention to do that kind of thing. That's man's working. How does man know? What's he going to do? Plan something for 30 minutes and 10 seconds every time like a robot? That's a guaranteed way of not knowing the Father and being in destruction, not receiving from him. It's a guaranteed way to keep doing self's works and never the Father's works. How is that the Father's will? Man's own will is the Father's will. Predetermined, created, and planned by man. Every day is the Father's will. How do they know that? It's not. Walking in the Spirit is like going with the wind. Something like it. Blows you this way 1 minute, it blows you this way 1 minute. Go forward here in this direction, go the other direction now. Does it make sense to those that don't know? No, it looks like you're all over the place to them because they're all over the place. They're the ones that are lost and don't have any direction. Looking like there's no direction is not the definition of direction. Messiah said that's what it is for those who are of his Spirit. For of the Spirit, it's like the wind that blows. By not knowing where the next move is to know where we're going and where we're coming from. By not knowing. Unbelievable that that's the truth. It's unbelievable to me that that's the truth. By not knowing in our own heart for real the next few minutes and how he moves you is to know that we're knowing where we're going and where we're coming from and where we're going. By not knowing is to know. Anybody that knows, they don't know. They know too much. That means they have more foolishness and don't know. They know too much. They don't in reality. The Father gives man what he wants. He gives him just enough proof for a judgment and delusion to believe the lie, so that the man believes that he actually does know what he's doing and he's doing it. He's creating it all. It's his power. He gives man to believe that lie because it's an utter trap and an utter taking in reality. In reality, there is no control at all. None. In reality, it's lost. Not knowing where it's going at all. Every way looks the same in its own heart. All the different ways that the world offers, it looks the same, but they don't want to tell that truth to its own soul. It wants to believe the lie that they're not all the same, that there's better, good ways, that these are the good, right ways, but it all is the same, lost. Finally, someone has enough light to see that that's all they were, and that every false way is the same, really. It's all the same, that it's all lost with no direction, like being in the middle of the ocean. had not worshipped the image, the beast or his image, and had not received his mark on their foreheads or on their hands. And they lived and reigned with Messiah for 1,000 years, but the rest of the dead did not live again until the 1,000 years were finished. This is the first resurrection. Blessed and holy is he who has part in the first resurrection. Over such the second death has no power, but they shall be priests of Elohim and of Messiah, and shall reign with him 1,000 years. And I saw thrones, and they sat on them, and judgment was committed. Souls of those who were beheaded. And we go down. Is it in this chapter? I might not. No, I don't think so. Someone has to thirst for real to start being quenched and given water. Someone has to thirst in their heart and realize that that's what they've always been. Everyone will realize it. Just not everyone now at once. Cowardly, the unbelieving, the abominable, murderers, sexually immoral, sorcerers, idolaters, all liars shall have their part in the lake of fire which burns with brimstone, which is the second death, the death that everyone ran from, right? Or did they? The Father is the temple, and the Lamb is the temple. This is true. It's already is becoming true for those that believe. He dwells in his people. By no means anything that defiles or causes an abomination or a lie, but only those who are written in the Lamb's book of life. Well, incredible. All of his word, stunning. Speaking the truth throughout the ages and time. It just never fades away. It's never a lie. It's always true. And it's coming, and it will be true. Whoever thirsts, come. Whoever desires, let him take the water of life freely, no charge. If someone's charging, they're already the lie. It's not the Father's things if they're charging. The testimony of Yehoshua is the spirit of prophecy. A mouth. Now out of his mouth goes a sharp sword, that with it he should strike the nations, His sword is his word. Out of the mouth comes his sword, his word, he should strike the nations, and he himself will rule them with the rod of iron. He himself treads the winepress of the fierceness and wrath of Almighty Elohim. King of kings and master of masters. Only the Father is Elohim of Elohims, or as we read it, God of gods. No, Messiah is not called this, strangely. Messiah is called King of kings, so is the Father himself, but only the Creator is called Elohim of Elohims. And this word is for master. Messiah is not called God of gods, Elohim of Elohims, but Master of masters. And I think where is that in Exodus or Deuteronomy? King of kings. Jehovah is King of kings and Elohim of Elohims. The Messiah is not called that for a reason. Be a perfect time to call him that somewhere once, in all his words so huge. Be a perfect opportunity at least once to call him God Almighty, the Creator. You would think it would be written everywhere that Messiah is the Creator, Messiah is God, Messiah is the Creator, Messiah is Elohim, Messiah is the Almighty himself. You would think, if that were so. There it is, and the rest were killed with the sword, the Father's word, which proceeded from the mouth of him who sat on the horse, and all the birds were filled with their flesh, just as Messiah warned. Where, Master? Where will they be? Wherever the carcass is, there the vultures will be, and the birds are filled with their flesh. Man, what a rough picture. What a rough thing. What a nasty thing. I don't want to be pecked by birds with the flesh rotting and getting eaten up like this. There must be a better way. Yes, there is a better way. And that flesh still has to die, but this is death. This is corruption. This is a corruption and death happening within someone. No matter what they do, as long as they don't believe this is happening to them anyways. They might as well believe then, because they're being destroyed anyways. I think I'm going to end it here then. All right. Peace, take care, seek truth from above.